saying about our last night's dinner, and you had a more positive, yeah, there were some dogs, but there were some really good ones.
I never use that word.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just in the last 3 weeks have reviewed 10 complete complaints. And it wasn't that there were actual dogs, it was that you could tell a difference in terms of how, at least I felt like it could tell a difference in terms of, they all covered the compliance issues and how much money was being allocated and all that. And, but some just, you know, you could tell that the
State Board will come to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the board is adjourned, but now we will start the closed session. So this will last maybe perhaps a half an hour, so we need to clear the audience of everybody who's not involved in the closed session.
Thank you.
Six, okay. Okay, the board will reconvene and take up item 11. And before we begin, I wanted to make a statement about the letters we have been receiving on this item. So here is my statement. This is an information item on the California State Accountability System, and we'll be taking public comment at the conclusion of the item. We appreciate all the written comments and input that we have received about the board's work on a new accountability system. On behalf of all board members, I want to assure the public that the board members review all communications that are submitted. We also are kept informed about the input provided through various board working groups. In addition, our board liaisons attend these meetings, and they are keeping us informed. Here's my concern. We are surprised by the confusion conveyed in the recent letters to the state board about the board's progress on the rubrics and about the timeline that we have been following. Several of these letters seem to misunderstand the board's timelines and where the board is in the process. We are on track to meet the July 2016 deadline for the adoption of the evaluation rubrics. We continue to follow the timeline we set in July 2015 for the development of the rubrics. In January, we intend to review the draft standards. In March, we will have an update from staff on the rubric prototype, and in May, we will hear the final feedback on the rubrics so that they can be finalized for July adoption. Some of the letters seem to indicate that they thought we were going to be acting in a much sooner than our schedule, which is to meet the July meeting. Now local districts are getting involved in the development of rubrics through the user acceptance testing, which will provide feedback over the next several months. We also will continue to work to ensure that the stakeholders are engaged and informed in the development of the evaluation rubrics. The board remains focused on shifting from an outdated accountability system based solely on test scores to a new system that includes additional state and local measures to assess progress. This will allow us to focus on a broader set of outcomes in the past. The API based solely on test scores is behind us, and we are in the middle of developing the remaining pieces of our accountability system based on the 8 statutory priorities established by the legislature and the governor in 2013. The priorities are articulated in the LCAP annual update and evaluation rubrics. Now the board's task is to ensure the other components of our accountability system are consistent with state priorities and form one coherent system. For example, the school accountability report card needs to be updated to include information from LCAPs and the rubrics to provide parents and community members with an easy-to-understand dashboard of school quality. In order to adhere to the July timeline, we have shared a lot of materials with board members and the public on an ongoing basis. All of these materials are posted on the SB website, and now the WestEd website includes all the information about rubric acceptance testing. So in conclusion, if we can improve our communication about our timeline and what to expect in January, March, May, and July, we are open to suggestions. I hope we can avoid misunderstandings among interested individuals and groups about our schedule. This would lead to external letters that are better aligned to SBE's meeting agendas and our timeline. So with that, I begin with item 11, and department is here to present after Nancy Brownell starts This is a multi-element item, and we'll be taking up several elements.
So Nancy's not yet showing on this screen here. There you go. Right. Good morning. Good morning. Superintendent and Mike.
Sorry about that. Item 11 is the item on accountability that we began back in actually November of 2014, when the thinking from the board was there are so many components related to accountability that having one item that allows the board to have deep discussion about many of the dimensions began that conversation. And as President Kirst mentioned this morning, this continues the focus on shifting from an outdated accountability system that was focused on mainly academic assessment and moving to a broader set of ideas on how to hold schools and districts accountable. This item is also the fifth in a series of regular updates, as noted in the attachment in the item, where we have discussed many of these items, as President Kirst mentioned. As a result of moving many pieces together, this item has 7 attachments. The first few focus on some important work that staff and the Department of Education have been doing in looking at Attachment 1, which is a draft of an accountability framework and implementation plan, which I'll be reviewing briefly. Attachment 2 includes the proposals from the department on coordinating school accountability report cards and single plans for student achievement as one dimension of the work on coordination and alignment. Attachment 3 is a review of the county LCAP approval process that the department experienced this past year with county superintendents and their staffs. Attachment 4 is a quick look at the electronic template for LCAP and a demonstration of how that work is coming along from the department staff. Attachment 5 is a very high-level, quick summary of the work underway on the evaluation rubrics, particularly about the LEA user acceptance phase of the development. Attachment 6 continues a focus on the communication, outreach, and timelines and next steps, some of which President Kirst mentioned this morning. And then Attachment 7 is basically the copy of the relevant education codes, just as a reference for all of the complexities of what is entailed in the local control funding formula legislation. So as noted in the introduction to this item, the new accountability system that the board is considering has a different set of purposes, a foundation, and a focus than in the past. That, as has been mentioned several times, the whole goal of where we are in our educational system is to prepare students to be college and career ready, to increase districts and schools' capacity to really support the needs of their students, and to drive continuous improvement in a way that says clearly all districts are engaged in very important work at the local level, and they want to continue to increase their success. The foundation of the new accountability system rests on many of the dimensions that are currently in place. The state priorities, as President Kirst mentioned, which are statutorily enacted and signed by the governor. student content standards, the new comprehensive assessment system, the local control funding formula, LCAPs, including annual updates, evaluation rubrics, and technical assistance. Those are very strong components that are the foundation moving forward. And of course, the focus then is on a broader set of outcomes, as we have mentioned repeatedly, that in the current environment of our students being prepared to move out into a very complex world when they leave, grade 12 is the goal of preparing students for college, careers, citizenship, and life. So a little bit of background on attachment 1 in the first part of this item is the context for this plan, which staff and department staff have been working with over the last actually month to 6 weeks, is that the plan does identify some needed actions and tasks. That a reminder in the context of how this was put together, that change of this magnitude obviously takes time to operationalize, and developing a more detailed work plan will need to also be a part of the ongoing work. There was also an attempt to take a look at what we know about the successful rollout of complex initiatives, right? That communication and clarification all along the way of where we are and what we're trying to accomplish. That engaging with stakeholders at multiple points along this discussion, which the board has been very focused on in the work up to this date, and the transparency at board meetings around the discussion on some very complex ideas. To take a look at evidence-based strategies as part of the way we try to operationalize what needs to occur, and recognize that there will be time needed to actually probably phase in some of these dimensions, that as you look at this plan, there's a lot of work to be done here, and what's the best way to really allow that to take place. So the plan is organized around these specific dimensions, as you begin to see on page 3 of 11 in this attachment. That the guiding principles are a central organizing feature. There's a listing at the top of the page also about current accountability components that are in place that grow out of the work done earlier in the memos on what are the crosswalk of current components of accountability that are a part of the system currently. That there are action items and tasks that, as you will notice, are rather large concepts. So again, that idea that there will need to be some more detail coming out of that. And that there is a coordinating or lead agency identified. And in the far right-hand column, the identification of the state priorities around which these tasks are identified. And the attempt was to say, we know these are very big concepts, and we probably, even in narrowing them to 2 or 3 action items with several layers of tasks, there would need to be a way to think about how to phase these in over time. So the guiding principles that have really grown out of the work beginning last May at the state board meeting as an organizing feature, as I said, is central to this. And under each of the guiding principles, I'm going to refer just briefly to the document itself, knowing you have looked at it. On page 3 of 11, the importance of articulating the state's expectations for districts, charter schools, and county offices of education is central to the design. The work that is involved in crafting that is identified in the middle column around some of the specific tasks that would need to be accomplished in order to really clarify, given the multiple pieces of legislation that are still on the books, and that some of that may need to be changed in order to move forward. So the elimination of the API and the importance of looking at what will be the support processes for schools and districts, using a multiple measure system. And the second part of that action item, or the second action item, that really looks at the larger context of strengthening the understanding of content standards, implementation, and instruction, that the heart of the accountability system is really improving and strengthening the teaching and learning process. The next one in the guiding principles is about fostering equity and the importance of, again, on page 4 of 11 in this attachment, that the importance of looking at what and how do districts and schools monitor the progress of all of their students, that the importance of programs that support the needs of students need to be considered in the larger context of the accountability system, and that data, both from the new assessments, from local metrics that districts are using in the context of their LCAPs, all of those pieces need to be considered in the opportunity to disaggregate data at multiple levels, as you have mentioned several times. The system, obviously, that we've learned from over the last few years weighs in on that level of understanding, to looking at the school level, classroom level, school level, district level, and really looking at how students are moving forward successfully. So these activities will build on, obviously, current pieces of work that the department has undertaken in terms of really looking at disaggregation of information. The next principle focuses on, sort of linked to this one, useful information that helps multiple audiences, parents, district, charter schools, county offices of education, and policymakers to make the kinds of important decisions that need to be considered in a new accountability system. So page 5 of 11 outlines, again, some potential work that really aligns to many of the state priorities simultaneously, to thinking about the notion of data dashboards that allow multiple audiences to look at a big picture of how folks are doing, but have the capacity to drill down to much deeper levels of information. To try to create tools that support decision-making at the local level in helping them move forward. To really take a look, obviously, at the important role of parent engagement that is so central to the development of the LCAPs and on the LCFF in general. And lastly, to take a look at, for example, something like the uniform complaint process, which is embedded in the work that schools and districts do. How does that become clear for parents as a mechanism at their local level to be able to raise issues that may not be, their students' needs may not be met, or there are concerns, along with their participation, of course, in the processes at their local school districts. The next guiding principle on page 6 of 11 is really about building capacity to and increase the support, right? If technical assistance is really central to part of the design within the context of the local control funding formula and the new ways of thinking about how do we assist at the school level, at the district level, and as state agencies continue to get better at supporting what districts need, and charters and county offices. So on page 6 of 11, the whole notion, again, which is really quite a mirror, I think, of what schools and districts are grappling with, how do we really build a differentiated technical assistance system? Some people need more, some people need less. How are the ways that in the context of the role of the collaborative, of the department, of the superintendent, at the first level, really local school boards in their context, and the county superintendent. So this page moves into many of the areas related to really applying lessons learned, for example, under the fiscal crisis and management assistance. I think, Sue, if I'm correct, 23 years ago, the legislation that began their journey in becoming an agency that is based on technical assistance. Much like the phase we are in, those early days, 23 years ago, it was probably not quite as organized as it is now. So what can we learn from them and the work that is ongoing from FCMAT? And lastly on this page, again, the importance of communication all along the way, that there are important changes that are underway. How does communication really be part of the heart of allowing everyone to understand what's happening, what's proposed, what are the details, and the work that will be going on. And the next guiding principle on page 7 of 11 is really a huge new area that we have a lot of work to do on, looking at continuous improvement focused on student level outcomes, using multiple measures for state and local priorities. So this is really, I think, the heart of many of the changes that will need to be developed. And as you can see from the middle column on page 7 of 11, the whole determination of what is status and what are growth measures. What might that look like? How do we think about growth in the context of a continuous improvement model? That's much different than punishment and sanctions, but at a certain point, obviously, there needs to be some determination of who needs more help, what's happening for students that whose schools or districts may not be meeting their needs. The value of formative and summative assessments and the value of the new Smarter Balanced system that allows us to look both at a variety of the interim measures, interim assessments, along with what we're learning obviously from the first year of development and test-taking data, that will continue to be a part of the picture. And lastly, the importance in thinking about what about course-taking patterns, some of the examples that are included here. How does the new system really take a look at measures beyond a single test score, but that the preparation for courses, the importance of early reading indicators, the importance of math placement dimensions along a continuum from pre-K through grade 12. And other options, as noted on this page, like the state seal of biliteracy that we heard about how many students had reached that level. So again, determining what some of the measures should be, could be, and that idea of both local and state coming together. So the last guiding principle, which is the ongoing work really that I think has been a part of the board's discussion for the last year, is this importance of promoting system-wide integration and innovation. That districts are doing some very innovative things out there, and part of the difficulties with legislating an accountability system is under the old system, for example, it would take legislation, and still does, to change that. So how can the from the policy perspective and from the operationalizing perspective from the department, really focus in on ways to look at the plans and the reports and the information that is available and help make it more streamlined for districts, and to help them really take a look at what is the most important information that they really need to have. And the notion of sort of intentionality and deliberate thinking about these pieces, which again I think has been so exemplified in the board meetings, that as the details begin to come together in a more detailed work plan, what's the best way to phase that in? How should the board and the department think about the ways that the lessons that are being learned from really only the second year of LCAPS, moving into the third year, and applying some of that learning, moving forward again and seeing what really does it look like to have a holistic, multidimensional set of ideas, and that the importance of really looking at creating a coordinated way that districts can take a look at their work in progress. So lastly, the conclusions that are identified on page 9 of 11 in the attachment 1 focus on things you've been talking about for the last year, right? That implementing a new accountability system is complex. It needs to be phased in. The development of the evaluation rubrics is a central component. We'll be talking about that a little bit later in the item. That the identified task, actions, and timelines in this plan will need to be elaborated more fully. These are very big ideas across multi-dimensions of work. And that progress on the implementation plan needs to also be informed by research, evaluation, measurement options that again help drive continuous improvement moving forward, which is a much different approach to accountability. So on that note, I'll stop and take any questions. The last part of that item, Appendix A, just outlines the state priorities as a resource.
Okay, before we take some questions, and I'm sure there are, I need to announce that the board in closed session discussed two important cases. One was the Cruz versus the state of California, and the other was the California School Boards Association versus State Board of Education. So that was discussed in our closed session. I wanted to, again, I'm trying to address, and then we'll open it up for board questions, some of the confusion I'm seeing in letters and in newspaper articles that it is the plan as outlined that the local school districts under LCFF, they may use many items of accountability that are locally generated and other items that you have discussed today. That does not necessarily mean that the state, in its role of reviewing school districts, will use all the same number of indicators as in the local plan. So I think people are confounding that we're trying to create an accountability system that ties into LCAP and that has local context embedded in it on the one hand, and on the other hand, we also have a role of a more limited number of state indicators. And both are called multiple measures, but it seems there's some confusion between that. So can you talk to that a little bit about the moldable audiences and moldable uses at the state and local level?
Well, I think the LCAPs are very good examples of the ways that districts in this particular time have had to select from a variety of local measures, perhaps using some early reading indicators. They have a first year of summative assessments. Many of them adopted new math instructional materials, are trying to use some of the curriculum embedded measures that support their textbook adoptions and the needs of providing formative assessment for their students. So at the district and school levels, the range of measures really is dependent on the needs of their particular students and the opportunity to build a system that allows them to look at a deeper level. All of those measures obviously would not be as valuable at the state level. And so the selection of a few measures that really paint the picture of strength and where there's needed assistance would be part of the goal of the accountability system.
Thank you. Member Burr.
Thanks, Nancy. I really appreciate you laying out what's in the item. And I think that just one thing I want to reinforce about that, it's to try to take what is existing now that we've used for accountability over time, whether it's the school accountability report card, I'm going to come back to that later, its annual audits, its Williams compliance, et cetera, and make sure that it is consistent with what we now have under the 8 state priorities. So I just also want to address my sort of confusion, I guess, about the letters that we got that seemed to be imply that we didn't have a lot of pieces in place. And here's kind of my 30,000-foot level of what we do have in place. We have expectations. We heard from a lot of folks that we weren't telling people what we expected. The legislature and the governor have told LEAs what are expected through the 8 state priorities. And if you want to read them, as Nancy mentioned, they're in the appendix on attachment 1, page 10. In order to operationalize those, we need to know how to measure that. We need to know how to measure progress. That's what's in progress right now, and we'll hear a little bit more about that in the evaluation rubrics. We've already talked about 2 different kinds of standards, quality and practice standards. Those are being tested out through this user acceptance testing. But the reality is we will hear something back about that in January, about what those standards will look like. We won't have it fully fleshed out, so we have to be really clear about this, until we have the second round of test scores. We talked about that yesterday. Remember, I said I was bookmarking it so we could come back to it today. So we won't know all of those components, but we will know some of them. And as I just want to reinforce what President Kerr said, it'll be a handful at the state level that are appropriate to use to compare across LEAs. There'll be many, many more that will be used at the local level, and we'll provide some advice about that. The other thing that folks raised in their letters was, well, what do we do about this? What are the interventions? Well, guess what? Those are defined too. They're in statute. And those statutes, for those of you who'd like to look at it, are on attachment 7. And it's a very nuanced, kind of differentiated way of providing technical assistance if LEAs fail in pupil achievement across one or more of the priorities and across one or more subgroup. Very clear to me what we will be looking for. Now, the SPI will be looking for it to provide assistance. The county offices will be looking for it to provide assistance. The California Collaborative will be looking at that to provide assistance as well. So I just wanted to kind of put the bookends in place. The expectations are defined in statute. The interventions are defined in statute. What we're working on right now is the in-between part. How do we measure that? How do we measure improvement over time? And we clearly don't have all of the pieces yet. Won't have them, as you say, for several more months, and in some cases it will take a couple of years. So we just need to be patient. I hope that sort of helps what I think is the 30,000-foot level and address some of the issues that were raised in much of the communication that we received.
Board Member Strauss.
So these are my comments on attachment 1 only, right, Nancy? It's my understanding, it's like looking at all the pieces, kind of looking at this complex work plan. First, I want to clarify that my sense is that CDE and their team will be focusing their resources on these projects. Is that correct, Glenn?
That would be correct. Every box where it says CDE, I think we're on the hook.
Okay, so I have a couple areas, and again, as the practitioner and the focus on curriculum and instruction, I feel like we need to remind people that besides state standards, there's an expectation that we implement the framework, since that is a tool and a guideline that's state adopted. And what I see is, and what the reality is, it takes a long time. Our kids gave us a good look at that because they represent a variety of different districts and all over our state. But I'd like to see a reference to framework and standards. And also CTC and some of our task force are talking a lot about teacher preparation and teacher induction. They're also talking about leader induction. And we know that it isn't just transforming classroom practice that you talked about, which is our priority. If we don't have leaders that are able to lead that work at their site to support the work professionally and work directly with teachers. So I'd like that is conversation at CTC, and CTC is working in collaboration with a lot of our work, even though they're a separate agency. And then just a little bit more on the on systems of support that Sue referred to. So in the field, we often talk about multi-tiered systems of student support, MTSS, another one of our letters. But I'd like to maybe, Glenn, next meeting after the holidays, we could maybe talk a little about how do we coordinate with the county offices and the collaborative as we look at tiered intervention, because clearly in the schools and in the districts, we're talking about many levels of intervention for kids early on, and you talked a bit about early reading and math placement. So I'd like a little bit more. I think our special ed task force talked about it. It's just really a something that most schools have really engaged in the conversation. So, and then the last thing is that we've been hearing from parents, and I really appreciate I've met with several of the advocates, as several of us have, about the issue of parent engagement. Sort of what is that framework around it? I'm not really looking for a checklist like number of meetings and agendas, but something more on, and maybe it's through the system of support, but sort of how do we deal with the parent engagement framework? So those are some areas for me, at least in the idea of coordinating at the state level, not kind of what our work is, because I think a lot of our role is through the county offices. That's sort of how we manage the communication piece. So those are some areas that I'm particularly interested in. Oh, I had one more, sorry. So when we were reviewing this item, we talk about our 8 state priorities, and then you see on the chart 9 and 10, and so I just thought we'd kind of clarify that has to do with foster youth, because we always
10 for county offices,
and we always talk about 8, and then there on the chart is 9 and 10, so I thought that might be helpful.
One more thing, and then Board Member Rucker.
I mean, just to the point about the table in the attachment on page 4, very helpful. There's a lot of work for the department to do. So I think what would be helpful for us is sort of 2 things for me. I'm a little confused about what the SPI task force is doing relative to this work, and I know we've talked privately. I just wanted to reinforce that this will all be complementary work and build on the work we've been doing for several months. But also, I think it would be helpful for everybody to have a work plan or some sort of a timeline over, I understand, multiple years to look at some of this work. So I'm wondering if that's possible to get in January.
We can certainly look towards providing it in January, and we'll be looking at creating each one of those boxes almost will represent a separate work plan, because each one of those is a pretty large piece of work. You want us to come back in January around that, or?
Yeah, I think so. Because they've met and they're going to meet again next week.
Yeah, we're meeting, and we're going to be commenting on the task force as we go through some of the items, but the Accountability and Continuous Improvement Task Force will be meeting on Tuesday, Los Angeles. It's the second meeting of the group, about outstanding participation from a wide range of stakeholders, including we heard yesterday from our students. And just as a footnote on that, it was really timely in terms of the communications we're doing with the task force. I was able to send out to the task force yesterday the proposals that were submitted by the students. So the task force will have that and be looking at it in its meeting on Tuesday. So the task force is looking to be completely complementary to the work that's going on here at the state board level and feeding into that, and in particular, in relationship to some of the required reports that the superintendent needs to submit back to the legislature, developing those and providing input to the superintendent as he develops those, which will also are required to be brought to the board before they're then submitted to the legislature. But I think if we wanted to go into greater detail, we could provide an item and/or have a report from the task force in January.
Well, let's discuss that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think Board Member Rucker's next, and then Board Member Son.
Well, this conversation points out and points back to a question that I asked a long time ago and that I continue to bring back to the board and ask. I know that we are very busy doing a lot of things. And it doesn't matter whether we talk about how busy the board is with the work that we are doing at this level and the conversations that are happening at this level, or with each successive level we looked at the points of implementation and each of the decision points, people are very, very busy. But are we doing the correct things? So while we sat here and we've been very proud of ourselves that probably the greatest and most significant work that we have done is to create some alignment and some coherence in the state's plan to do this implementation, what we found out yesterday from the people that I will say in this process are the end users is that alignment and that coherence that we see in the work we're doing hasn't reached the point of saturation to where their view of is this as the consumers of our work. So those letters I read also with a great deal of concern, but not because it seems like we're not doing something correctly, but that there is a lack of coherence at some point in this process and perhaps either where those decision points are made in the interaction between the board and the county offices, or in the interaction between the county offices and the respective school districts that they have the relationship with as the LEAs to overview their implementation with the LCAP, or then among the school districts when they have these conversations with their stakeholder groups, the point of coherence and this idea of alignment seems to be disintegrating with each of those successive steps we move down through in this process. I'm not real certain how much control or even how much authority the board can exert to try to keep that vision or that coherence in place as we assign and we discharge our authority to each of those people who really are charged with doing the legwork. So while we may be the brains of the operation, we have to think about where is the alignment of the work and the activities that's apparently becoming very frenetic among the people who actually have to do the legwork. So as we continue our conversations here at this level, and I'm really excited because with the collaborative being in place and the very thoughtful way that they are going about creating themselves as an existing entity, perhaps some greater coherence will be added in the conversation through that work, because that will be a more direct link or in a more direct conversation that can be had at those additional levels. But here's the other point that we have to think about, and this goes back to what Board Member Burr said. We have a lot of initiatives that are going on, including the newest initiative that has been added by the superintendent. I think it's important not just to continue creating initiatives, not just to continue going down a timeline to write new frameworks, but to understand what is the sustained effect that each of these new processes, these new projects are supposed to have in the ongoing work. A key example of this would be something that seems to be going off on its own direction is what's happening with the Early Learning Challenge. We have a number of preschools and a number of programs, whether they're being operated and monitored and funded by the federal government, by our state preschools, or they're part of the local LEAs. They seem to be going in three different directions based on what their funding structure is. And while we have done the work to streamline and create alignment on the types of assessments we are asking students in the K-12 system to do, assessment and testing has actually increased for those students with no rhyme or reason. And yet, they are also part of this process because those are the people who are in the feeder pattern that will either change or sustain and validate the work that's being done. So we have to think about not just what we're doing for as it relates to implementing the 8 state priorities, but what is the ripple effect for all of the state initiatives that we're supposed to be following. So I don't think we're actually doing that yet, but more importantly, with each successive level where these decision points are made to write the LCAPs, which have gone from a very simple plan to hundreds of pages, that have no coherence, frankly, the longer they get. And I think that's part of what's linked to some of the letters that we're seeing. People don't see themselves in these plans. They don't see their feedback in these plans, and they can't figure out what their stake is in those plans or how their stake in those plans were articulated. So I think that's part of what some of the frustration was in the letters. I'm not sure that, again, at our level, we can give better guidance to county offices or districts on how to address that, but I do think that is a significant indicator. If we're going to look at what the 8 state priorities means, those letters are some evidence of some things that are still not changing in the culture and in the way that are the norms of how business is conducted on school planning and on changing the climate for engagement among stakeholders. What those letters actually gave me more information for is not about the frustration about what the board is doing, but their frustration that what they're really saying is that the norms from their point of view have not changed. And that may not be the reality, but it is their perception. And so those are perceptions we have to deal with, whether they are real or not.
Board Member Sun.
Thank you. So, Nancy, thank you for that overview. You always do such a great job of providing that framework for us. My first comment is that as I was looking at this huge accountability plan, I really appreciate you saying the word streamlining, because I did not see the word streamlining. I saw alignment, and I think that's really important for those in the field to that we do streamline so that we're not spending all of our time filling out forms and actually creating programs that serve students. The other piece is I want to just mention, I think I have a very unique perspective in that I sit around this table as we talk about the large pieces, policy pieces, but I'm also my school is also one of the schools in the pilot. And so I do see that we are making progress and we're using real data now, and we have to do that. The analogy that I use is that we have a broad framework right now. And it is not as if we don't even have an idea what the house needs to look like. We do. We know it has 8 rooms. We know that there are dimensions to those rooms. What we don't have is what the wallpaper is going to look like, what carpeting we're going to choose, and we don't have any of those yet, right? But we're starting to test that through the pilot with real school data. And through my work from PSAA, I know that this is really hard work. Once you get it's not a matter of just plugging in a bunch of numbers and adding colors to it. There are so many nuances to that, and we have so many different types of schools that we need to really think about. Elementary schools. Will elementary schools be negatively impacted because we don't have as many indicators for elementary schools or school districts versus high school districts because we have a lot more indicators? Are those indicators the right ones? Are they telling the right story for the right type of schools? How do we mitigate the swings in percentages for those small schools that have smaller populations and smaller subgroups? How do we mitigate those larger swings and percentages versus the larger districts that have a lot more student populations, and especially when you get down to the subgroup level? I know that there were worries about masking information at these larger levels. So we really need to test out this data, and then we can start deciding, well, what wallpaper do we want? And is this the right wallpaper? What carpeting do we want? How do we want to fill out these rooms? But we need to test that, and I do see from my little world and being part of this pilot is that is coming. Now, what's also going to be quickly coming, and this is something I think we will need to start addressing pretty quickly once we get information from the pilot, is we will need to start looking at what makes sense and what are those clear expectations. What are some of those targets and cut points? Some of it won't come because we don't have that data. We're going to need more longitudinal data. But what are the first cut? And we're going to start needing to hone that in. And I think the information from these pilots is going to help inform us of that. So as the staff is doing this work, keeping in mind this is what we're going for, that we need to make decisions about some of the carpeting and the wallpaper, that we need to keep that in mind as we're looking at the data. And hopefully part of the recommendations that come back to us will include some of those pieces.
Board Member Ortiz-Lincoln.
I like metaphors. Thank you. So I'm going to work with that metaphor because I do think that folks are concerned about more of, the wallpaper, the rugs. But I think that they're concerned about the tenants. So we have to make sure that whoever's in that house does not get evicted, right? And that's where the focus comes with, are we closing the achievement gaps? And what is the conversation around that? How does that look, right? I think that would be my concern, making sure that my baby stays in school and that there is that I'm seeing progress year after year and that those achievement gaps are being narrowed. So as we develop this, whatever this may look like at the end, that's one of the things that I would want to make sure that we keep focus on. That said, I'm delighted to see that now we're looking at gender. I think this will hopefully, under the foster equity, I see that gender is now being included. So I think that would give us a good sense of who's staying in that house. And if they're not staying in the house, what can we do to make sure that they stay? I do have a question, though, because I'm still in my mind trying to wrestle with the local priorities. I understand we'll have state priorities and we have this smaller accountability measures that we're looking at. But I do think that at the local level, we do need to offer some parameters of what are some priorities that are based on research, that are evidence-based. I don't see us going full hey, choose and pick whatever you want, but it has to be responsive to the local level. So how would that look if it's, there's the LCAP, there's other levels, but how will that be captured? I'm still wondering that.
Nancy, why don't you respond to that?
Well, that's, again, a very excellent question, and some discussions that the board have had relate to some recommendations, for example, of, here are some strong local measures that you might want to consider. It's that little bit of the tension between the emphasis on what the locals are doing and how they're moving forward to meet the needs of their students, and yet many are saying, well, what would be some good local measures that we might be able to look at? And part of the work with the pilot testing with the rubrics is that notion of local measures in terms of what the parameters might need to be as they're sort of working with the West Ed and the staff teams. What makes sense? How do we think about, perhaps, obviously locals are going to make some choices that are meaningful to them. Is it mostly about guidance then? Or is it also the work that the technical assistance folks will be working on when there are persistent patterns? So I think the thinking is still very much a part of the testing for the folks that will be at least working initially with the rubrics as one part of that conversation. But definitely there need to be some other ways to think about providing guidance. Some of it will show up in the best practice guides that may be of benefit to students, or definitely beneficial to students and districts. And over time then, trying to really take a look at, again, as you mentioned, I think earlier, where are the successful places that are having the kinds of impact on closing the achievement gaps, and how do we share those practices with others?
Yeah, I'd like to just pursue this a little deeper. So I'm going to ask maybe Board Member Burr can respond, since you're such a careful reader of the law and know the laws over time. And but first of all, what's clear is that there will be indicators that locals have flexibility to use, and they can even nominate their own. And so there is a local component. But I think the heart of your question was around what specific indicators or metrics can the state specify that the locals use in their LCAPs, and then there would be a local add-on to that. Is that within our statutory purview under the law to say, here are 10, 12 things you have to use in your LCAPs, and then you can use more, and here's some suggestions we have, and these have been vetted, and we also welcome things you send us that haven't been vetted because they might add to it. But what is the board's prerogative in prescribing what ought to be in the rubric at the base? Because I think that's what the
so there are metrics that are defined in the statute. We've been talking about them over time. 2 meetings ago or last meeting, I've sort of lost track of the discussion, but I know at the last meeting, and I would certainly call folks' attention to, we talked about possibly using something that looks like the Alberta model. We've also had, which is a handful of indicators, right? And there's sort of the big idea. So let's pick graduation rate. Ting can help me with this, because that's one of the ones we're testing out right now. Graduation rate, in my mind, is a no-brainer. We've had that for a long time, and it's a reasonable thing to compare across all districts and charter schools. So we're looking at that. There are sub-indicators to graduation rate. Are kids on track? Are they taking A to G courses? There's a whole, are they in a CTE pathway? There's all kinds of those things that are, in my view, a form of accountability, because that's transparency. We're reporting that to everybody, reporting to the parents, we're reporting to the communities, et cetera. So I think the question then comes down to, for purposes of kicking people either into technical assistance or saying you're a fantastic school and a fantastic district, how do we judge them? And that's where we get into these quality and practice standards. And to Member Sun's comments, as we get the information back from the user acceptance testing, because we've all said, I know you and I feel strongly about this, we're not picking numbers out of the air. We're going to be guided by what we know and what we learn. We will set targets, right? And we will set growth targets, we'll set improvement targets. That's what the statute asks us to do. So again, I know there's a lot of things that are in flux, but we don't have the information yet. But that's I hope that answers your
But we
question.
can specify what is in the local, some of the we can specify some metrics, indicators that are in all LCAP.
Yes. In fact, the statute specifies a number of them. Then we can go forward and say, based on that, here's what we're going to set as targets that will then be used sort of in this decision tree to say, yes, you need technical assistance, or the counties will determine that, the SPI, the collaborative, or you're really a great example. We want to share you with lots of other people. So that,
and then there's another function to what we specify, which is just informing people of the status, which, as you say, is a form of accountability, which I agree with. I mean, I think the release of the Smarter Balanced Scores, school by school, is an accountability technique in and of itself, although some people think unless, there's some other action taken, it isn't accountability.
Well, and we're going to talk about this, I know, in more detail. The department's going to give us an update on their work around the school accountability report card. And I would argue that the school accountability report card is also a form of transparency and reporting, and a set of consistent measures that are the same across every single school in California. We tend to want to say, well, it's 26 years old, it must be done with, let's get rid of it. But it's actually been developed over time, and if you look at the indicators that are in there, I think they're very valuable to parents who are making judgments about school climate and conditions of facilities and all kinds of other things. So there's, again, a lot of information out there now. It may need to be aligned, and it'll take a little bit of time to do that. But it's almost like we have too much information, and folks are trying to sort through it.
And a reminder, in attachment 5, we'll be discussing a little bit more about the pilot testing with some of this information as well.
Okay, other board member questions on this phase, or we can move to the next phase of this multi-item? All right, if not, phase next.
Okay, I believe Carrick is coming up for attachment 2 in this item.
And while Deputy Superintendent Ashley is coming up, just wanted to provide a little overview on this item. First of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Brunel, for an excellent summary. And this item that we're going in now really ties back into the SBE guiding principle of system-wide integration and innovation that's summarized on page 8. And it's, I think, just a super exciting time for us. I've had the opportunity to participate in several school site councils. Got so involved in school site councils that I eventually ran for seat on the West Contra Costa Unified School District School Board, served 2 terms there. So just to say that I've had the opportunity to participate in the development of and approval of many, many single plans for student achievement. And I think it's important for us sometimes to kind of reflect back on some of the progress that we've made. I know from my own personal experience as a school board member, we often had to approve, I think, over 70 categorical programs and wade through those as a school board that have now all been condensed down into the local control funding formula, which has really made lives a lot easier, and in terms of getting people engaged, a lot more streamlined and easier to get our arms around. But I think it's clear that our work is not done. We've got some steps to go. And the single plan for student achievement, as well as the SARC that Board Member Burr referenced earlier, are, I wouldn't say low-hanging fruit, because they're going to be a lot of work to take care of, but steps that we can take, I think, to further the progress that we've made. And just commenting for a second on the SIFSA, the single plan for student achievement. And we don't need these slides yet on LCAP support team. That's, I think, coming up in the next item. The single plan for student achievement, the LCAP, in terms of the overall problem of community engagement and parent engagement, as we try to make that authentic and genuine as part of the LCAP process, is primarily a district document. Whereas the single plan for student achievement is a school level document. And we know that in terms of engagement, and I've done a lot of organizing work, that getting people involved is so much easier at the school level. Parents, communities, educators are really focused on their schools. So I think what we want to be thinking about and looking at is how can we move this thing that we've had, the single plan for student achievement, into a natural and organic extension of the LCAP. So we're looking at one plan, district LCAP that's then manifested and made real for local communities at the school site level. And with that, I'll let Deputy Superintendent Ashley walk us through this item.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Price, President Kearse, board members. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Accountability Branch. I'll mostly be talking to Attachment 2 of the item, which is coordination. It's titled Coordination and Alignment of Existing State Reports and Plans with the Local Control Funding Formula. So a lot of good comments already this morning, and some of which were points I was going to make. Maybe I can either not make them or reinforce them. But you've certainly teed it up for me this morning, and so I appreciate that. Though I'm a little uncomfortable with the house analogy because I am not a handyman, as my wife will tell you. I've ruined more good tools than probably anyone. But I get a little concern is one word, but puzzled probably is a better term when I hear people talking about, well, we stopped the API, so we have no accountability. And first of all, accountability, when I was a teacher, there was plenty of accountability. And when I was a principal, I felt like there was plenty of accountability. And all of that was before 1999 and the API. And I will say, I hearken back to a very nice PowerPoint that Member Burr did maybe 18 months to 2 years ago about this, and I save that and I reference it every once in a while because it laid out, all of. When we talk about accountability and an accountability system, what we really have are systems of accountability. Because there's a lot of ways that we hold schools, districts, ourselves accountable moving forward. We've got fiscal accountability. Member Burr already mentioned the annual audits. Districts have to have their budgets approved by county offices. That's a form of accountability. Districts submit their consolidated application, which is not just an application, but it's an accountability for reporting fiscal, their expenditures for federal programs. That's a form of accountability. We have program accountability, which happens when we go out and monitor districts, either on-site or online. There's uniform complaint procedure, which is also a form of program accountability. There's outcomes accountability, if you want to call it that. Just as Member Burr was also saying, with the SARC, the title is School Accountability Report Card. Publicizing data on DataQuest and the LCFF State Priority Snapshot. All of that sunshining of data are not just for people to write good news reports with. It's ways for schools and communities and for anyone to take a look at the data that's out there about schools and about districts, which is also a form of accountability. Actually, people making the reference to no accountability because we have no current API is testimony to itself that it's time for a change, because it's an indicator that they've become over-reliant on that single number to let them know how someone is doing, or a school or a district is doing. It's an over-reliance on a single number, which is not, which is easy, but easy does not necessarily mean it's the right thing to do. And now we've actually added accountability by putting in a local accountability, the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan. So it's not a taking away, we've actually added to it, but we do have our job set out in front of us now to make sure that all of those are not different systems of accountability that are disconnected or disparate, but they do have different purposes. And our job now is to make sure that those different systems of accountability become a single system of accountability in which they play a different role, and that we don't have different systems trying to play the same role, in which what we end up having is some duplication of work, and what I refer to as distractors by having additional work. So it's not just about reducing, creating efficiencies and reducing workload for somebody. It's really about relieving ourselves and school districts from the distractors and to free them up to focus on the things that are most important, which again harken back to the state priorities themselves. We want folks to be focused on what's most important, not focused on multiple things, in which many of them can be distractors. So we have a pretty heavy legislative agenda in front of us this coming year, but it's kind of exciting work to delve into, and I appreciate the comments that Chief Deputy Price made earlier about the single plan for student achievement. I will tell you, I don't know how many other than myself have actually played all three roles in a school site council. I was a member as a parent, I was a member as a school principal, and I was a member when I was a teacher. So I had played different roles on different school site councils, and I can tell you, they would greatly benefit by helping to provide some focus for them. Because in the past, that school site council was given the task of taking these different categorical programs and trying to figure out what it all means and what their focus ought to be for the year, with or without school district guidance as to what their priorities are. And for some, that left them a C. It left them struggling to figure out what's the best, and often what they would do is they would fall back into what they had always done. You know, we need to hire a teacher assistant to kind of help do things around the school, and it wouldn't be very focused on actually improving student achievement in the school. So what we need to do, which will be a legislative proposal, is to take a look at what's currently in the education code, which is fully within our purview, meaning the state of California's, to change. Does not have to involve the federal government. We can take a look at that ed code. We can see what it is that has become outdated. It was created to address categorical programs like the old school improvement program, and school-based coordinated programs, and the Miller-Unruh reading program. Those of us who are old enough to remember some of these things.
Those go back into the mid-'60s, yeah.
So you know, we need to, you know, that's still in ed code, right? So it needs to be updated to give them a purpose of why they're doing a single plan and a direction of where to go, which is to focus on the state priorities as has been established in their local control accountability and plan. And I think what that will do is that will create a better communication between the school district and the school about what their priorities are. And once the school can be given those priorities, then the school site council can talk about, oh, okay, now we know where the district is going. We need to now set out how we're going to get there. And that could be part of what their charge is in terms of the school site council, and looking at how they're going to evaluate how well they did on their school plan. I think we want to keep that direction to schools simple. I don't think we want to be over-prescriptive about what we tell school site councils or their schools what needs to be in a plan, because most of it will be identified actually for them in the goals that the district has set forth in its LCAP. So that's number one. We need to look at a single plan for student achievement rewrite that will direct schools toward the state priorities and the district goals that have been set in that plan. The second, as if one's not enough, a second one is the school accountability report card, which was brought about because of Proposition 98. So it's also, fairly old, but as Member Burr mentioned, a lot of good data in there. Some of those are directly related to the state priorities. So we certainly don't want to do away with those. But we do want a legislative proposal that will direct the school accountability report card to reflect the state priorities. Now, that may mean actually adding to the school accountability report card, because there are state priorities that aren't mentioned in the SARC currently. Then there are items in the SARC that aren't one of the state priorities. That doesn't mean the data is not important. That data could be put other places. It's probably already currently part of some place like DataQuest, in which that data is available. If it's not there, we could add it. We don't necessarily trying to eliminate any of that data, but I do think there may be a better place for all of that data than in the school accountability report card, so that the report card is indeed something that reflects the state priorities, and only the state priorities. Again, not necessarily doing away with that data, but making it available in a more appropriate place. So that's two. Not finished yet. There's a third legislative proposal in which we're going to need to address all of those API references. And the work has already been done to identify what those are, and we'll just have to put that together in some sort of legislative proposal that would address those issues as we move forward. Because many of them, and it does cause confusion out there, in that some people think, well, because it's an education code, you're supposed to do it. And although that's mostly true, there are cases where if it references something that we no longer do anymore, then we cannot do it. And the law needs to be updated to either eliminate it, repeal it, or rewrite it so that it's written to be something that can be done. If there is no API to calculate anymore, then we have to take a look at what might replace it or simply repeal. So those are three. That's a heavy legislative lift this year, those three. But we're actually not even done with three. The fourth one is not specifically within our realm, but we do need to, once reauthorization happens, we do need to assertively meet with our representatives at the U.S. Department of Education and explain to them how the local control accountability plan meets the requirement of the LEA plan, so that we do not have a federal plan, we don't have a state plan, but we have one plan, the local control accountability plan, that meets those requirements with the federal government. And that may take some time. It may take some negotiation with them, but we've done this before in other issues, and we think this is one that's worthy to be taken on. So 3 within the control of the state. 1 will have to negotiate with the federal government, all worth doing for no other reason that we need to eliminate some redundancy, we need to create some efficiency, we need to eliminate the distractors, and we need to provide some focus for schools and districts so that they're focused on the right things. So with that, I'll take questions.
Okay, good. Board member questions. Board member Williams.
I have a question about the SARC. In the decision making about what to eliminate, what data that's on it that could be eliminated and put some other place, in part as a result of a decision to want to align the SARC more with the 8 state priorities. And this is just an open question I have, because I hadn't thought about what you just said before. One value of, to what extent has CDE done, and in conjunction with the State Board, done some research around with stakeholder groups around whether or not they would rather have that information all in one place, even if you change the format of the SARC so that maybe the top half of it was all more tightly aligned around the 8 state priorities, and then there was additional information that other people have found valuable over time, and they like the fact that they know where they can find it, and it's more at the bottom of the SARC, also, in case you're interested, as opposed to now they have to try to figure out where will I find that information, and I have to go to another website, and it's formatted entirely differently, and I have to figure out how to use it.
Yeah. Great questions. I should have referred back when I made my presentation to an October memorandum in which we laid out some of the work as to identifying what's the current SARC elements and where are they, is it part of the LCAP and air state priorities, and kind of a yes or no. I think there's a column there for a yes or no. So we've at least done the work of identifying which elements are aligned, which elements are not aligned. We have, in fact, the last template you approved of the SARC did move all of the state priorities up to the top of it. So if nothing else, we could take your idea and refer to it as the addendum. So if that's as far as we can go, then that's great. And that would at least identify for them which ones are which. To answer your question about stakeholders, we've not gotten to that point yet in which we've reached out to the stakeholders. As you know, just a couple of points to be made here. The SARC, because it was brought in under Proposition 98, would need a 2/3 majority vote to change language that was part of that original proposition. But over the years, many things have been added to it, which would not require 2/3 to change. In some cases, it might even be hard to track down those who originally advocated for this data being added to the SARC, but we will be reaching out. Before
I want to just summarize this with 2 points that I want to make. One is I totally get the importance of starting to align everything so that we don't have conflicting information that further confuse people about what's happening and what the intent is. And at the same time, I know for a fact that one value of the API, despite all of the current belief and philosophy about its limitations, one value was that it was a shortcut for many, many parents and families to quickly get a sense for themselves of whether or not their school was doing good enough for them in their own mind, and it was helpful especially for families that would have trouble navigating more complicated measures and measures spread all over the place. And so I'm just raising that while it's important to align everything and have it be coherent, make sure the signals and the expectations are pulling together and consistent, I would encourage us all not to unnecessarily remove information or change the location of information that stakeholders have found useful before, and we've just caused a separate kind of communication challenge, made it more difficult for families.
I appreciate that comment, and I do think that one of the reasons that the superintendent chose to change the old school quality snapshot to the state priority snapshot was to kind of provide that shortcut in the interim. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. In the interim, before we have a dashboard that's simple for them to use.
Okay. Other comments on this item? So did I hear you say, then, Board Member Rucker, that you were thinking of having the SARC appended to the LCAP? Is that?
No. What I was saying was simply identify it. The problem with one of the issues with the SARC is that it has many, many data elements in it. And so, again, so that they don't become all those elements to become a distractor, we have already moved all of the state priority elements up to the top. I was simply talking about a nomenclature that would call the rest of it as sort of an addendum, so that if parents didn't want to wade through 50 pages of their SARC, they could go to maybe the most important part of it, and by calling it an addendum, that might that might help
And put
give
it
them a
in the-
cue
put
of
it
what's
in the
most
L-
important.
In the SARC,
Put it in the SARC.
as an addendum.
It stays in at the end as an addendum.
What stays in as the end of it?
So while
Well,
I think,
I'm exploring this because it's so hard to find the SARC, as we've talked about. So if, I have research assistants spending hours trying to find the SARC. And it's buried somewhere, deep in the bowels of the report, of the website. So
the SARCs.
the
SARCs
try and find it on a district website.
Well, I just went into Google and California SARCs and pulled it up.
So what we suggest when people ask that question is, don't necessarily try to go to your district's website and find it, because they're in different places, right? Some put it on the first page, some put it on the third page, somebody put, 2 links away, 3 links away. I would send them to the Department of Education's website, in which they can then search for it, and we have links on all of those.
Okay, any other comments on this part? Board Member Rocker.
So relative to the API, I just want to share a couple of quotes. I wish I could take credit for either one of them, but I can't. But they kind of encapsulate for me what we're trying to do, or what it is we think we're supposed to be accomplishing in this conversation, both about the API and then how to report or interpret what that API is supposed to mean in those school accountability report cards. So here's the first one. Over the last 50 years, academic experts have subjected California to unceasing pedagogical change and experimentation. The current fashion is to collect endless quantitative data to populate ever-changing indicators of performance to distinguish the educational good from the educational bad. Instead of recognizing that perhaps we have reached testing nirvana, editorialists and academics alike call for ever more measurement, vision, and revisions. Governor Brown said that in one of his veto letters for some legislation that was going to change the composition of the API. The other quote I want to give you comes from Ready by Design, from the superintendent's report. There is no correlation between a school's API score and its graduation or college enrollment rates, and concludes that the API is a flawed measure of college and career readiness. The report suggests that other measures which are based on data that are already collected and that are a better indicator of college readiness could be added to the API at the high school level. I think we have to remember, if the conversation is going to be about changing what the focus or the purpose of the outcomes of education are supposed to be, then we need to align our conversation about those metrics to that outcome. So if we really are talking about college and career readiness, and if we really are talking about shifting the focus of the use of those metrics, then we need to make sure we align what our expectations are about what those metrics are supposed to communicate to that shift. And I'm not really sure we have completely made that shift. But again, I would love to take credit for the brilliance behind those 2 quotes, but that's what has been guiding my participation in this conversation up to that point. So, but if I've missed a meeting and we're going to take another turn around a different corner, I'm happy to take that turn with you, but I'm going to lean back and say, I didn't think that was going to work.
Thank you.
Okay.
So just as a final comment, hearkening back to something that Member Burr and Member Sun made reference to, and that is some of this is going to take time to do, and in the spirit of taking our assessment results for students and looking at it in terms of continuous improvement, taking a look at the LCAP and the outcomes there, and hoping that also becomes a tool for continuous improvement, that people would also show the same sort of continuous improvement attitude when it comes to our accountability systems and the work that we are all doing. When I say we, I mean the state entirely, more specifically the board and the department, in that some of these things will take time. It's not going to be one of those things where suddenly we wake up one morning to a board item in which it's all finished, right? And you're going to approve something that is, it'll be added on to, it'll be changed, it'll be improved, but it is going to take time, and it may not be all at once. It may be a single item, second item, a third item. We don't really know, but it is going to take time.
Board Member Burr.
Well, I just wanted to say I really appreciate the way you summarized it, Carrick, and this is the right work. I also want to reinforce what Deputy Superintendent Price said, that I think having the very careful communication at the site level, both about what's in the school site plan and what's in the school accountability report card, will be very helpful. And I hope as we move forward and look at all these different pieces of information or reports or documents, we think about who we're communicating to, and we see them as communication tools, so that we can be quite clear that if we think the SARC is the communication tool that could be the most helpful to parents or to local communities, that we say that clearly. If we think the LCAP is really a document for districts for planning and expenditure reporting and is a little bit dense for the lay person off the street to understand, we should say that, but have a tool that will help communicate that. So I just think I want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind as well as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, I think the board's ready for a break, so we will break until 10 of 11. board will reconvene, and we'll now hear from Jeff Brashears on the county office issues in accountability.
Good morning, President Kurtz, Chief Deputy Price, members of the board. My name is Jeff Brashears. I'm the administrator for the Local Agency System Support Office, or LASSO. I didn't name it. The LASSO office received 65 LCAPs and reviewed those LCAPs in conjunction with the School Fiscal Services Division. Those 65 LCAPs are the 58 county LCAPs and the 7 districts that are the sole district within the county. After the submission of the review, our office, again with Fiscal Services, looked at and just reached out, if any points of clarification, reached out to the county offices. And typically within a few days of requesting that clarification, we received feedback from and clarification on the LCAPs. I can say that all 65 LCAPs have been approved, and all LEAs have been notified of their approval. Passing on for a little bit, I'll come back to the promising practices, which is the next part of the attachment, and talk about the technical assistance that our office provided to all the LEAs, but specifically to the county offices in support of the development and ultimate approval of the LCAPs. So 15-16 was the second year of FIRST. This year was the first year that we used the new template, the permanent regulations template, and also the first year that the LEAs needed to utilize and fill out the annual update portion of the template. So in anticipation of these first, and in response to last year's, the first year critique of our office and availability as we were working with the spending regulations, we dedicated our resources to travel extensively throughout the state to meet with the county offices and offer to meet with county offices individually, one-on-one or with small teams, anywhere from 2 to, I think the largest team that we met with was about 10. We set it up in such a fashion that we would make request no COE come drive further than an hour. So we would set up hubs, and if they couldn't reach that hub within an hour, then we went directly to them. So I said over about a 5-6 week period, we traveled extensively all over the state. And 44 of the county offices availed themselves of that and met. Part of those discussions were just, again, to fill out their LCAP and some of the uniqueness of their situation, their programs, and also they discussed quite a bit of how they, as their role as a county office, to support the LEAs and had those discussions as well. We also made our staff available in late April and early May to read any draft LCAPs that county offices would want to submit. We had 29 of those, 29 draft LCAPs submitted. And I'd say that of those, when they were officially submitted, out of those 29, only 3 needed further clarification. So we think that was, and it was well received by the counties, of that technical assistance that we were providing. We're planning our travel in spring to meet again because it was well received to meet with those county offices, and we're starting that travel schedule again. Part of the discussion that we had with the county offices was talking about the uniqueness of their program and the utilization or writing either an executive summary or an introduction. And we discussed the benefits of it in such that it allows them to highlight the uniqueness of their community, uniqueness of their student population, and made themselves more accessible, if you will, because as we know that the LCAPs can be dense, that it is a way to provide an overview for the community and provide some access and some foundational reading, if you will, for the LCAP. 39 of the 65 county offices submitted and used an executive summary introduction into their LCAPs. Brief overview. Any questions on our review process or those LCAPs?
Yeah, question by Board Member Williams.
Could you say that last sentence again about executive summaries and how many, and were they actually separate documents or were they just kind of a general summary at the beginning of it? What did that look like, or how much did they differ?
There were 39 out of 65 LCAPs that were submitted to us had an introduction or an executive summary. They were not a separate document. They were at the beginning of the LCAP. And they ranged from just a general overview of this is what our community looks like to really kind of a pointed view of their priorities and an emphasis on specific priorities based on the needs of their community.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because I've been, President Kirsten and I were involved in some conversations recently about what additional kinds of helpful documents could accompany a very long and detailed LCAP. And I've had an opportunity recently I've taken the opportunity recently to look through some LCAPs to see what they look like. And I didn't see in the LCAP, any of the ones I looked at, what I would call an actual executive summary, which would be a summary of what they're planning to do more than a recitation of their vision, goals, and general point of view. So I would be terribly impressed if there was a real executive summary embodied in that many of your LCAPs.
And just to clarify that, Jeff mentioned this at the beginning, but the LCAPs that he's referring to, the ones that we as a department are reviewing, are County Office of Education LCAPs.
Yeah. But the concepts are the same. Board Member Sun, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm glad it was pointed out as a best practice, and it's great. I think there might be some misunderstanding because there's some understanding from the field that there is no messing with the template, and that if you were to add something, you can't add anything like that. You cannot add anything in addition to what is already there. So I'm not quite sure what the.
I'd like legal counsel to respond to that.
Yes.
And we mess with the template.
This is legal counsel. This is Brooks Allen with the State Board. So I think Jeff had talked about this too. There's been a lot of discussion about the executive summaries, and the requirement is, of course, that you use the template, but you can always add on to the template. You can have surrounding documents to that. There was some discussion, as some board members may recall, when the template was before you for adoption, about whether there should actually be an executive summary required as part of the template or that piece put in there. And as was shared when we went through the regulatory process and in response to some of those comments, was the choice at that time was to say if we did that, it would become a microcosm of another set of requirements for what that would be in there, a debate about which pieces should be and shouldn't be. So in place of that, it was simply the communication that, of course, you can add an executive summary. You can put that into the front, as many have done, introductions, even summary pieces, but that it's not a required element, and you still have to use the template as part of what you're presenting.
That's very good to know. Thank
you. In fact, we're gathering good examples of executive summaries, and we will be working on this and what the various purposes are of them. And I think if we got into it with our regulatory process, it might, there would be an 100-page executive summary. Go ahead and Eileen Strauss. Mm-hmm.
I just want to follow up on what Member Williams was saying and the continued discussion on executive summaries. In talking with districts who try to make this more transparent to their stakeholders in their community, they have been talking about how helpful it was for them to craft a more clearly short executive summary to help them understand what the process was. So, and we have, and to the State Board staff, we've collected several that we have in this item, and I appreciate that there are attachments, but I also appreciate that CD is looking at them. But I think there's good intent in the field to try to make it more transparent, and where they've done that, I think while we don't want to make it a bureaucratic requirement, I do think it's a helpful tool. And in listening to districts, large districts, very diverse districts, they've tried to help parents understand what it is they're doing. So I think that this is something that we're seeing as we develop and this process evolves.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Board members.
I just want to reinforce that. Of the LCAPs I looked at, only one of them had a separate document, and they didn't call it an executive summary. They called it a user-friendly version of the LCAP. And there really is a little bit of a difference between an actual executive summary of a long document and something that is geared toward communicating to the parents in the community. And the rest of them did not do that. And while I don't think we should have State Board rules about providing it, I think going forward it would be really smart for all the LEAs to provide some sort of user-friendly document that actually communicates the vision and intent and changes going on in the organization through their LCAP without all that excessive detail that I think is valuable in the real LCAP template.
Okay, good. Board members, Rucker.
I agree with everything that Board Member Williams has said, and it's more because the LCAPs themselves have become very complex documents that are loaded with a lot of, I'm certain, very important content, but lost somewhere in all that content is the basic outline of what the LCAP was intended to articulate. And so having the executive summary, while it is a good idea, I think that we can't lose track of the fact if it isn't in the core of the document, if we still, after reading the executive summary, can't go to the document and find that core in the document, it might not exist. And so I think that the template we have it was intended to do some good work, and it was intended to help guide districts in articulating what they're trying to do, what their vision is, what their changes are, and give a rationale behind why. But I think they have lost sight of trying to stick with that core explanation to, I'm going to use this word on purpose, decorate that document with more content that seemed to make it seem like their work is very important and has gotten this elevated sense of intent and import because it's been a longer document. So while I don't believe we can tell districts less is more, I think we have to be careful about asking them or putting the focus on something in addition to, which, as our legal counsel has already said, we've told them they can add additional documents for, but I don't believe it's probably going to be of value if going forward from this conversation, what districts then get out of it is, well, then we need to go ahead and make sure we also add an executive summary. I think if we put the focus on what is of quality in how they write and develop the LCAP to respond to what's being called for in the template, we may get better LCAPs anyway without having to also ask them to turn around and give us a document that explained what's in there.
Mike.
Yes, Bruce.
But we go back to what Member Burr said earlier this morning, and that is who is the audience for each of these different documents that are produced. And for example, in the SARC, there's an opportunity for a narrative. And perhaps those narratives in the SARC will begin to reflect what the districts or schools are doing in terms of the LCAP and their initiatives. So they're always have to keep the audience in mind and not necessarily just keep adding, but perhaps aligning to the audience better.
Yeah, we're going to be pursuing this as a board in the future. It's hard to have one document provide an optimal way for all purposes to be satisfied. And I also think if you look at at the LCAP, and if I were a local school board member, I would appreciate something about the major budget trade-offs as we talk about the budget, and that might be yet another use that is different from informing the community. So I think that trying to amend the template and put all this stuff in it will be really risky, but I think we can really discuss how to look at supplementary documents, provide examples of it, encourage it. Maybe some of our allies in the field will help us with that, and so on. Okay, I think we're ready now for your next part, the electronic template.
First, Chief Deputy Price has...
There's just one more small piece of this item that we wanted to bring to the board's attention, and that's related to the last part of the item. That's the formation of the LCAP support team. And I think as this relates to the board's guiding principle around building capacity, increasing support for districts. And what we've launched at the department is an attempt to create a multidisciplinary, multi-division, multi-branch team that can help proactively move us from some of the compliance work that we've been doing to actively supporting LEAs around the development. And I think we have to remember implementation of high-quality local control and accountability plans, because we have to really remember that where the rubber really hits the road is what we're actually doing as we implement these plans. I think most people are aware that our department is organized into 4 vertical branches where we've been for many, many years. And what the LCAP support team is doing is drawing folks from each of those branches into a cross-cutting team with one person assigned initially to each of the 10 priorities. So we're building that out around the state priorities, looking at, of course, the development of local control and accountability plans that implement and take forward and realize those priorities, with the LCAP support team helping to provide support around each of those. And as we move forward as well, I think a critical piece for us all to remember is that these skills, speaking of skills that we all need to continuously improve upon, these skills around organizing our communities to authentically engage in these kinds of processes are ones that we all need to improve upon and develop in our districts, and hopefully be able to provide some best practices around that. Within that work, we're fundamentally engaged with county offices and principally with CSESA as we work with them to improve the development and support for the development of high-quality LCAPs. And then the last fundamental piece that we want to take on, we've already touched on a little bit, with the single plan for student achievement being a state-level requirement. But this department, as you know, is fundamentally funded about to the tune of 80% through federal funding. And we need to move from a situation where we have 2 distinct funding streams in our states. One, our state funding stream that's governed by our state priorities, and another being our federal funding streams, and really move those into one aligned system of support that revolves around the state priorities that have been defined through the local control funding formula. So we've been working with a number of folks around making that a reality. First major piece of work will be getting our tools and capacities together to provide support, and then moving into how we can be doing this federal alignment. So just wanted to bring this work to the attention of the board, and would welcome any guidance, support, feedback, both from the board as well as from stakeholders.
Okay. Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
I have a question about the support team. Who do you assist? So it says schools and LEAs, or districts and LEAs. So I'm sure capacity will be an issue for your department. How do you select the LEAs that need the LCAP support team's assistance?
So there's going to be 2 forms that we're looking at for doing technical assistance. One will be kind of compiling and vetting exemplars that can be put out to the field, and that technical assistance will largely be done online. So as we continue to put out, we have a vast amount of material, for example, already around parent engagement, parenting community engagement, to be able to put that out online. So that will be done, and that will be available to anyone that can use it. And we're hoping to do that in an exchange kind of system. So it's not just the department putting out the gospel around a particular area, but also being able to glean from the field practices that are emerging from their experience as well. Then the second area will be providing direct technical assistance to districts and county offices that request it. And we're still putting in place the criteria as to how we'll do that. We do have limited resources. We feel super fortunate that we've been able to put in place the team. Each one of those priorities right now is staffed by a partial FTE. There's been no additional state resources that have come in for this work, but we do have the team in place, and we'll just have to put in place a prioritization system for providing that direct technical assistance. And hoping, obviously, we'd be working in conjunction with the collaborative on educational excellence as well.
Okay, I think we're ready for the electronic template then.
So again, I'm still Jeff Brashears with the LCAP office. So the attachment in the item talks about the history of the development of the e-template, or the electronic template, or e-template. The e-template is really an innovative tool drawing on technology that helps streamline, as was mentioned earlier, to the filling out of the document. I mean, that's just a chore in itself to fill out the document. and this really helps that process in itself. And I'll just, after you log in, do I need to put this bigger at all for you folks?
I can see okay, Jeff.
All right.
That's better.
So as you log in, this is a point of view from a county office, if this is the district. And I'd like to point out and thank that Mountain View School District from San Bernardino County offered to let us use their LCAP and input it in the system and use it as a demonstration. So part of the menu then is the aspects of the LCAP itself, the contact. Again, the optional LEA introduction or program description or executive summary, there's a spot and a space available in the e-template to do so. And then also the description of the stakeholder engagement, the goals, actions, services, the use of the funds, the annual update. So here, I can point out that, and you're not going to read this, but it's the instructions and the guiding questions come verbatim from the template itself, but they're there as an accordion for access while they're filling it out. The goal titles that are created by the LEAs. It has the ability to identify the length of the specific goal, 1, 2, or 3 years, the goal description, the related priorities, state priorities, any local priorities if they have it, they have the ability to enter into these text boxes. By the way, now these text boxes are just text boxes as part of the build out for the release on February 1st, that these will be a rich text format so they can highlight the text, add bullets, etc. And it has the identified need, the ability to identify which schools or what grade levels, grade spans that they would use, and then specific applicable subgroups that would be applied to the goal, or as you see in a second, the actions and services. So here is the action of services that would go from year 1 to year 2 to year 3. Again, reminds as you're filling out, the goal is carried forward in the electronic template, talking about the expected annual measurable outcomes, what they expect to achieve as part of their goal, and then the specific actions and services that they will implement to meet those goals. And within that, then they would talk about the actual description of the action and service, the scope of service, LEA-wide or school-wide, and then again, if a particular action or service is targeted to a specific subgroup or all students, they have the ability to identify it there. And then the instruction or the budgeted expenditures within that action and service. That's just brief. I was told to keep it short, so that's short.
Okay, good. Well, that gives us a good feel for it. Thank you. Questions? Yeah. Board Member Sun.
When you say it populates it, and so we'll keep it for the following year, so we'll repopulate with goals if you
yes,
have
so once,
them carry forward.
Pardon me, yes. When the LCAP is approved within the system, then it captures that, and then those goals from year 1 would actually then transfer to the annual update. Goals from year 2 would then be transferred to year 1. Goal 3, year 3 would be to year 2. So just transfer the entire system into the next year as it goes forth. It also, and I can click it, it'll take some time, whether you see it or not is fine, but where it says display LCAP, you click that and it creates the PDF then to be able to create the link and or print for access to the public. And they would be able to do that throughout the development process, that the LEAs would have the ability to click it in draft form and print it to what they had so far, and then again make it available to the public either on their website or in printed fashion.
Does it allow room for an executive summary?
Right there.
All right.
Yeah, hopefully that next year it will be less of a task for the districts because you'll be able to move your 3-year plan ahead. They filled it out. There'll be more familiarity. So I think we will be interested in that, and maybe more of them will go electronic. So I think that's.
I think we'll also see many districts reducing the number of their goals.
Yes.
Board Member Williams.
Maybe I missed this as you were moving through it quickly, but in the LCAPs that I was looking at recently, they had a tendency to overlay their own specific strategic plans that they had developed with the LCAP goals. And on the paper document, there was a way to check off with each set of activities how many of the state priorities that set of activities was how many of the state priorities it was meeting, as well as how many of their own goals it was meeting. And is that's available in this? And I'm
That's
just
right.
there. You
State
go.
priorities.
There you go. And then
Also local priorities
okay.
available.
Yeah. Sorry. All right.
No.
Thanks.
Okay, any further discussion on this?
You said it'll be available, Jeff, for use when?
We hope for a full release on February 1st. It's being field tested now. We do have some LEAs working with us and trying it out. We're inputting, there's some counties that are really trying to push their districts to use it, so it helps the approval process, because the e-template has the ability to have an approval process within it, and especially at the county offices for the state level, then it creates a portal for the URLs to be submitted and then post those URLs as we're required by statute.
The only follow-up I have is, well, I think this is fantastic and really applaud your work, and I do think it'll be easier. I'm looking at Ting and other people who actually have to do this. But what I worry a little bit about it is we keep hearing this from the field about it looks like another compliance document. And so I don't know if there are, I know you didn't show all these, but the instructions, but some sort of an overview that we, struggled with when we were putting together the regulations of this is intended to be a planning document, a very thoughtful document put together with community engagement. Not meant to be a document where you're just checking the boxes. So that's just my only caution. While I want to make it a lot easier for LEAs to do it, I want to make sure that our message from the state is about the value of this document for purposes of identifying goals and aligning resources.
Agreed. Excuse me, and that was part of the discussion that we had with our one-on-ones is this is not a compliance document. There was an analogy of a house. I use the analogy of learning a sport. You can't really play until you know the rules. We're still learning the rules and how to fill this out, but once that's filled out, then you can truly enjoy the sport and truly enjoy then the implementation of the planning document and realize that those plans.
Okay, thank you. And then now we're on to...
Board President Kurtz, while Jeff is taking this, I really want to also highlight the work of Josh Strong, who's in the audience here, working with Jeff in the LASSO division, and also Lori Dureski from our Technology Services division. There's a lot of back office stuff here in making this work, and Lori and Josh and everybody really went above and beyond to make this possible. And just to also note that the LASSO team doing all this work is 4 people. It's Jeff, it's Josh, Wendy St. Clair, and Jonathan Fiegel, just doing tremendous work throughout the state. I think they put like thousands and thousands of miles visiting the county offices. So really appreciate that, Jeff.
Great, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, now we're on to attachment 5, background on user acceptance testing and development of the online evaluation rubric system.
Good morning again, Nancy Brownell, staff to the State Board of Education, and I'm going to provide a very high-level summary of Attachment 5. Some of the conversation that began earlier in the day might be confirmed here, and that we're very excited about the work that's underway on the feedback from pilot districts on the design of the evaluation rubrics. So just a little bit of background that is in the attachment 5 of item 11. that at the September 3rd State Board meeting, guidance was given to our partners, West Ed, for the use of indicators and metrics in the evaluation rubrics as a way to really provide some specific ways that we will need to look at how districts might be evaluating their strengths and weaknesses, that the big conceptual framework initially in working with the rubrics is to look at these three big categories: access and opportunity, graduation, and college and career readiness in the discussion that came from that meeting, and for them to move forward with the pilot testing, since the districts really are the primary users at the first level of accountability of looking at implementation of their LCAPs, among other plans. And so a reminder that in the legislation, the statutes around the evaluation rubrics that we've referenced repeatedly through the course of past meetings and are a part of the Ed Code resource in the packet, that the rubrics are to be used in a holistic, multidimensional way, we might say is one of our favorite phrases, but that the use of the rubrics from multiple audiences is partly what makes them more complex, perhaps, than rubrics that we might think about in the context of instruction. So a reminder that they are to begin, obviously, their use at the district level. They need to assist county superintendents to think about technical assistance. They need to assist the superintendent, the collaborative, and to take a look at both school, district, and individual school site performance around the priorities. And that the expectations for standards and school site performance components are really the work that, again, are really looking forward to the feedback from the 30-plus districts. So the elaboration of some of these initial concepts, which, as someone mentioned earlier, all of this information is now posted on the West Ed LCFF website around the pilot testing. We didn't include it in your packets here. It's a rather lengthy document, but the opportunity to have some initial webinars with the pilot districts occurred last week, and beginning next week, the opportunity to have individual phone calls from the county offices, the local districts, and the charters will begin in order to really take a look at this first phase, which I'll talk about in a little more detail. But these big concepts are sort of the lens through which the rubrics are in their draft development phase. So again, a reminder, part of the complexity, I think, of this ongoing work has been that we are still working with paper and text, and that the goal is to have a web-based design. But before we went forward with designing this complex set of ideas in a web-based environment, the intent was to say, well, let's take a look from the district's perspective about the purpose, again, for them is to evaluate their strengths and needs in terms of their plans. And so let's divide up the questions that we try to ask of them, because this first phase is really about the content. So a reminder that I think is important, because when we talk about evaluation rubrics all along this last few board meetings, these are the parameters around which we're trying to build a web-based environment, at least at this point, right? That there would be a data analysis and report section. There would be a data metric selection tool along the value of local choices that districts need to make. There'll be a practice standard analysis and report section, which we mentioned earlier, and I'll elaborate a little bit more here. There's a quality standard analysis and report section, and then the practice guides that provide a set of resources and tools that districts may find to be much more beneficial in their deeper look. So the importance of that last bullet on the role of the rubrics in the prior slide emphasizes the way that the developmental team has worked on defining and approaching standards. So this idea that there are two sort of levels of the standards. One is the practice standards, around which we want to describe some research-supported practices, again, very much based on the information from the June 2015 memo that outlined the studies out there on what are those pathways to college and career readiness, and how might we take a look from the perspective that you charged us with. What's the research say about how the indicators might be organized as we have into key indicators now and associate indicators that we're going to get some feedback from our districts. The practice standards also convey characteristics of high-functioning practices. The context, obviously, of a rubric is you have sort of a range of things. We've sort of moved on to the side of what are really some good practices that help move schools and districts in a way that is supportive to the needs of their students. So an example from the materials, again, that are posted on the website and that are being discussed with districts is students graduate, clearly an important goal. And some of the language of that standard is that schools and districts that successfully support students in their path towards high school graduation provide opportunities for learning and intervention all along the way. And so while graduation is something that happens at the 12th grade, the idea that it starts much earlier, as many of you have said all along, and we know well that we have to make sure that students are making the kind of progress. So here's an example of a practice standard language that sort of maps out some of the important considerations that would be needed in order to have students graduate. And then on the next slide, the idea of the quality standard moves really into a more complementary kind of way to look at, if this is the practice standard, what would be the measurement-based components that would help us say, here's what we want, that we want all students to graduate. What's a measure of that? And clearly in this particular context, it's an opportunity to say that there will be specific expectations for performance based on improvement and outcomes. That's the other dimension that really was part of the discussion in September around the Alberta model, that we do want growth and we want outcomes for students. And so an example of a quality standard would be related to the graduation rate for obviously high school level, but at the K-8 or early grades, this is where some of the associate indicators would be ways to measure progress, since elementary and middle schools don't graduate students. We promote them at the middle school level these days. So a cohort graduation rate is an example of what would be a quality standard. And the department has been working with staff at the state board, has sent files to West Ed to really, as you indicated, what does the data tell us now? And so the good news from the perspective of the pilot testing is that the files received from the department for the 30 or so districts, county offices, charters, West Ed is generating the specific numbers for their districts in the discussion about the expectations for how this content would be useful, which so far I think that's been very helpful in the overview discussions that will lead into more detailed phone conversations with those individual districts and LEAs next week. Additionally, this statewide sample, again, we wanted people that represented a variety of sizes. We wanted to look at the locations across the state, small, large, basic aid, a couple of basic aid districts are in there, some charters, and then of course we have some counties who, from their perspective as a user with their own LCAPs, with their student programs, are also going to have a little bit different look at these. Again, as Eileen mentioned earlier, they have a real focus on priorities 9 and 10 around foster youth and what's the other one? The homeless and low income, yes, the category. Sorry, blank there. So the organization of the testing is kind of divided up into 3 phases, hence the opportunity to say, let's look at the content first. So this first phase, and the chart you have in your item for attachment 5 provides a little bit more description of these phases. But the first focus beginning next week is a review of the sample practice standards. Here's the description of what they might look like, an assessment of this whole idea of how could the use of the rubrics coordinate with the timelines of planning and analyzing and developing LCAPs. So getting some feedback from districts. Again, we know that the way these rubrics are to be used, if they're useful and helpful and rather user-friendly. And so the opportunity to gain some of that perspective from them, both around the actual content initially, and then where in the process of their developing and analyzing progress on their LCAPs might that make most sense. And then that feedback will be collected from the pilots, synthesized, and help add to the development and the reporting back to you about what the districts are saying, with the opportunity that this first phase is really on the content and structure, because the consideration was if we build a web-based system without getting feedback about how we're planning on doing it, we could build a very elaborate system. And part of the contract that's identified in this item is that the San Joaquin County office is going to be the developers of the web-based backbone, right? So the content is coming to them, and they will be using, and a good reminder, it's San Joaquin County office who also develops the SARCs. So this connection, ultimately, that has the potential of building a system that is coordinated, provides this very good opportunity initially. So the content and structure feedback is first, then moving much more into the standards and the design at the technological levels, so that once we get good feedback that these make sense, that the dimensions will be useful or not, or the kinds of changes that might need to be made, then we want to move forward with the design at the web-based level. And then moving into March, the whole focus on an online prototype that will be coming back to you with how it's working, what we're finding from the pilot districts, is really, again, the focused phase of this very important part of the development of the rubrics. So this user acceptance testing, of course, we have a new acronym that others know. It's really both the experience and the testing of the system. But we want them to, again, as I mentioned, give us some feedback on the content and how easy is it to access the information, to upload local metrics, the data displays, a little bit of the working drafts. Does this make sense to them? Again, before we head down the path of the full development of the electronic system. And the recommendations will be used to then develop the technical components in a more specific way, because we will have some good feedback from them. This is the reference to where all of the documents are posted. We would welcome public feedback on this information from the LCFF website on West Ed, because there may be others who want to look at the way this information is going, and it would be helpful if they send that information to the state board mailboxes so that we have a chance to synthesize that and really take a look at it in more detail beyond the focus from the pilot districts. So there's much more detail in the item. There's much more detail in the packet, in the information that is available if you want to delve into it. We'll have Ting's district, obviously, among others, helping take a look at that. So questions you may have on attachment 5.
So you have a new acronym, UAT. Yeah, I kept seeing that and wondering, what is it? But now I know. Okay. Board member comments. Ortiz-Lacombe.
I have a question on the policy statements, because when I read some of the letters, I felt that it gave people heartburn. So I want to make sure that I'm reading them right, because I saw them as 3 interrelated statements where all students are provided with access and opportunities that support learning. And because of that, all students are college and career ready, exhibiting early and continuing signs of college and career readiness. And because they're college and career ready, they graduate from high school. Maybe it's missing college and career ready. Am I reading this right, that it's all interrelated? And I would add college and career ready to bullet 3. All students graduate from high school, college, and career ready, just to make it clear that that is sort of the sequence of things. But am I reading that right?
You are reading correctly in that these are interrelated concepts, no doubt about it. And for purposes of some initial analysis, having the 3 as separate dimensions, clearly graduation is connected to many other things, but the attempt initially was to say in a multiple measure system around the identification of what's in the legislation, let's use these 3 categories initially, put some data together around them at the local level, get some feedback from districts, and then begin to see whether it's better to keep them separate, look at ways that they are interrelated, and that also goes to the key indicators and the associate metrics to try to get a better picture of how schools and districts are doing. So yes.
But even then, we haven't adopted these statements, right? So these statements could still evolve, because there was confusion with the word endorsed, and we never necessarily endorse the statements. We endorse the process of piloting some of the rubrics.
Correct.
Board Member Sun.
Okay, that was very helpful, because I had a similar question about those 3 statements together. So it is looking at together, and it isn't something formally adopted by us necessarily, but it is kind of a working concept as we are developing the rubrics. But the guiding principles that we started out with are clearly there, embedded, overrides all of the work that we are doing. Correct. Okay.
Board Member Strauss. Oh, Board Member Burr.
Well, so Nancy, I appreciate the overview, but I want to make sure that the user acceptance testing kind of technical details we don't lose the sort of crux of what's happening here with the evaluation rubrics. So I want to make sure we go back to slide 16, which is very clear, lays out the statute, what the use of the rubrics are. And it's, as you suggested, there are lots of different uses for different audiences, different purposes, but it's reflecting a holistic, multidimensional assessment. So in doing that, right, in developing these rubrics, as we talked about earlier, one of the key pieces of work in this user acceptance testing is to work on the quality and practice standards, right, and test out with the data that we have. I just want to make sure that doesn't get lost, that is the work of these districts. And charters and counties. We started out thinking we would only have 12. We're now up to 30, which I think really demonstrates the interest that the field has in participating in this and understanding and help us do the best job we possibly can. But so there will be standards that will be coming back to us in January, maybe not fully fleshed out, but at least initially we will be seeing some of those. One of the metrics you suggested was the graduation rate, which I want to also make sure that we're emphasizing. It's on page 20, which talks about how the quality standards will be used, and point out, again, bullet number 2, establish specific expectations for performance based on improvement and outcomes at the LEA, school, and student subgroup levels. I don't want there to be any doubt in people's mind that that's what we're going to do. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that.
Mike, can I go next?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to follow up. So again, it's a lot of pieces. What do you kind of go out and then you start to kind of narrow it? So in January, we are going to be dealing with the practice and quality standards. And will we also be focusing on the key indicators at the January meeting, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And I just think I just want to compliment the user acceptance testing. I think that the hearing from LEAs, all different sizes, very diverse, I think it's important that we hear from the practitioners about how this is all working and make sure it's aligned, like the rubrics and the accountability. So I just think that that input is incredibly important into the whole process. And my understanding is it's all posted, so we're staying transparent on all these pieces. So we're just going through a process, which I know people want to get to the end. And I guess after LCFF initially, I realized like we'll get there, but we're not there yet. And you've carefully laid out what's coming each month. So hopefully we will, as a board, and so will stakeholders and communities, begin to feel like it's starting to get more and more specific. So the January meeting seems pretty significant as far as narrowing and making some decisions in this process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mike.
Board Member
Go back to the slide that of the use of the rubrics one more time. That Member Burr. There still seems to be this cloud or fog around the rubrics that it is somehow going to be used in a punitive fashion. And I want to remind everyone once again, this is to assist, to help. It is not punitive. It helps at the school level. It also helps at the state level and the county level, where we could say, maybe we should help this district. Maybe we should help this school. It's not punitive. When I read the letters and listen to the public testimony, I hear concern, don't miss my child. Don't miss my subgroup. Don't miss these young people and families who don't necessarily have the voice that other groups do. And I think I can speak for all of us saying we hear that loud and clear. And Member Burr once again pointed out subgroup right in there. Right? We do hear that loud and clear. We do care about each and every child, and we don't want anyone not to be measured, counted, and paid attention to. In addition to that, I hear arguments about, well, what is the best way to measure? And that's so helpful. That's wonderful. We desperately want that input. Is it persistent absenteeism versus just an absenteeism rate? Those sorts of things are very, very helpful. But there still is one more shoe that is going to drop, and that is, well, what if it's not happening the way I want it to happen? And I think today was the first time that I heard in any of these discussions the mention of the uniform complaint process. And I think that as we move forward, as we keep saying we are here to assist, our goal is to provide all the information we can to districts, to counties, to schools, to parents, to kids, so that everybody can improve the good work that's happening in California schools. But what if it isn't going right? What can I do about that? There's not going to be a angry state entity coming in and punishing. So how do I get help when I need it? So perhaps maybe we should expand our conversation about how will families and how will interested the attention and the help they need when they feel that this system isn't working as well as we intend it to.
Okay. Any other comments on this item and this attachment, rather? All right. I guess then we're ready for attachment 6.
Attachment 6 focuses on the communication and outreach. Oh, I think I'm back one. The continuing effort to lay out the timeline. You'll notice from the time that you spent, the continuing focus. So the timeline and proposed content for state board meetings, moving towards, as President Kirst mentioned early in the morning around this item, that we are moving towards the July 2016 adoption of the rubrics, so they're ready and available for the next cycle of local control and accountability plans. That there will definitely need to be some decision points about the evaluation rubrics at the January meeting, as you mentioned. We want to have, at least from the phases we have, the review of the users' feedback, their experiences, the kinds of adjustments that we may have needed to make. The real notion of what are the final design features, going to some of the questions that came up a little bit earlier, and a review of the quality and performance standards in a much more complete format. So, as you mentioned, that January meeting is very important on really looking at moving us forward towards an online use of the rubrics by March and approval in July. So the next few weeks for all of us, there's going to be some good information that we gather. In addition to the overview of the timeline moving forward, the communication and outreach efforts that we've continued both as board staff, participation in the North-South assessment meetings, providing a brief overview of what's happening with accountability, the connections that both we as staff and in partnership with the district have tried to communicate where we are in the developmental processes. The important changes in legislation on page 3 and 4 of attachment 6. The new legislation emphasizing a more coordinated approach for foster youth. Again, earlier conversations that the board had, how that's actually now going to roll out in terms of that coordinated effort on the part of the department. We did have a policy stakeholder session on October 27th, where we had about 40 or so broad-based policy folks, giving them an update on what was happening with the pilot testing and the opportunity that they would have to see the materials posted and to provide written feedback as needed. Again, it would be most helpful if they direct that to the state board. The Superintendent's Task Force on Accountability that Glenn mentioned this morning, a brief description on pages 5 and 6 in this attachment about that ongoing work. I'm participating as a liaison with Glenn, so we have an opportunity to help move things along in the most coordinated way, we hope. And then lastly, the resources section on page 6 of 6 really addresses some of the questions about how are districts summarizing their documents. So while we know there are many more districts who came up with infographics or executive summaries or dashboards, we even added the blogs and LCFF specific websites that a couple of districts have put together. We will continue to find out what districts are doing in this way of coordination and streamlining and synthesizing. And so these were a few that came to mind from recommendations out there, but we hope to continue to put their website links on here because, again, I think this goes to the issue of innovation and local interest. And so the opportunity really, from a local perspective, how do we look at both communication opportunities and other ways that help us really synthesize what's happening in a larger document that the LCAP has become. So on that note, I'll stop for any questions on attachments 5 or 6.
Right. Board member questions on attachment 6. Okay. Hearing none, I guess we're ready for public comment at this point. So board members, our lunch is ready, and so I think we'll keep going and with the public comment, and members can go out individually and bring back your lunch, and maybe it'd be better to start over here and work our way around. Okay, so public comment at this point.
Okay, we'll call the first 20 names. Doug McRae.
How
Brian
many
Rivas,
do we have? Do you know? Or
about 40.
Okay, thank you.
So Doug McRae, Brian Rivas, Carl Nash.
2 minutes. Yeah, all of you have 2 minutes.
Akoshua Boateng, Mahari Smith, Dr. Michael McCormick, Estelle Lemieux, Ashley Rogers, Devin Clay, Patty Script, Dr. David Verdugo, Dwight Bonds, Nicole Anderson, Colin Miller, and David Sapp. Please line up.
Still good morning. Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, retired testing specialist from Monterey. The detail in the agenda materials and the discussion this morning becomes foggy when one realizes it's built on an empty assumption that California has a valid, reliable, fair statewide assessment data needed to serve as a centerpiece for credible statewide multiple measures accountability system. At the end of the day, statewide achievement information is needed for probably 50% or more of a new multiple measures accountability system. I'd also note that the current discussion leads to a timeline in attachment 6 that projects final evaluation rubrics by July of 2016, which is fair, but it's misleading communication to the field and to the media along the lines that it's wishful thinking that a evaluation rubrics will signal the end point for meaningful accountability system development, especially in the absence of meaningful statewide academic achievement information. The basics for implementing any standards-based system include 3 building blocks: first instruction, then assessments, then accountability. We heard a lot about the problems implementing assessments before instruction yesterday and the consequences of that misstep. Now we need to recognize the consequences of attempting to implement accountability before sound assessments are in place. The bottom line is that California will not have a credible, meaningful statewide accountability system until likely 2020, and it seems to me that should be the communication rather than we'll have it in 2016. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Deputy Superintendent, and members of the board, I'm Brian Rivas, speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. I want to say quickly, recently we released a report. It's entitled Black Minds Matter. It's a report on African American student achievement. I'll make sure that you all get a copy. And I'm opening with that because it reveals some pretty stark disparities. And listening to you this morning, and I've been watching you all for some time now, I think you're all well-intentioned, good people, but to be candid, we're disappointed. We think that based on the direction of the conversation, we're going to end up with a system that simply looks at student achievement data by subgroup. We'll ask again that you reconsider, try and come up with a more deliberate strategy that looks at a direct connection between what we measure and how that impacts opportunity and achievement gaps for low-income students and students of color. There are some options. You could ask for a report from WestEd on research that takes a look at accountability systems and promoting the conditions that we know are linked to closing opportunity and achievement gaps. You could ask West Ed for a range of options for design elements. You could ask for a report on which measures would be most likely to result in accelerated achievement for groups that we're concerned about. I'm happy to help. We'll continue to be a faithful participant in stakeholder conversations, but we're feeling a little disappointed at the moment, and we hope things get more direct with regard to the achievement gap. Lastly, I'll say we are not defending the old API. I recognize there were problems. We just think there needs to be a summary measure of performance.
Good morning. My name is Dwight Bonds, and I'm with the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators. It's my pleasure to be here with you this morning, and to the overall board, and to President Kurtz, and to Assistant Superintendent of Public Instruction. We're here to first of all, to applaud the efforts that's being undertaken right now when it comes to looking at a new accountability system. It's been a number of years we had to deal with our students get up in the morning getting dressed to go to what was called a failing school. Parents knowing that their students or their sons and daughters who are looking at access and opportunities, maybe going to a school that's limited, merely by the reputation, merely by what's been printed in the media, in the newspaper, and merely what's in most reports. So we welcome this opportunity to look at a new accountability system. And we also wanted to offer our assistance and support. So I just want to mention that you're here to assist, but you're also here to set the policy. So in this here main effort of looking at this here change, our organization as well as our colleagues are find it very, very important that access to resources, access to information, access to research is also included as decisions are being made and unfolded. We also again applaud the past work on LCAP and LCFF. And again, as we look at subgroups, I heard one that's not the issue, but you must take a look at especially the performances of African American students here in California. So as we recognize the enormous need, we also look at the opportunities and the availability of support. Thank you.
Greetings to the Board of Education and Superintendent of Public Instructions. My name is Carl Nash. I am a little background on myself. I'm a full-time music major at Chabot College in Hayward, California. And I have to say it's an honor to speak in front of you all this afternoon, I believe so. I'm here to tell you about the programs I'm involved with at my college. Before I came to Chabot, I had no sense of community. I became my own success story in high school, actually. I was able to overcome academic struggle while growing up with learning disabilities. Due to this achievement, I felt as if I had to become more independent. And so my first semester at becoming a member of the Daraja Community Striving Black Brothers Coalition, it actually benefited me academically. I was able to achieve a GPA, a high GPA, matter of fact, on my progress report. And, I never expect to see that ever. And it was just that through that motivation, it really benefited me. It is truly a blessing to be part of a community where I have peers that I share a common struggle and common goal with. We help each other build on an academic and personal level. The people in my community, they possess a drive and passion for their education just so they could become successful within it, just so they won't become another statistic. The thing that is so sad is that there are more underachieving students than there are achieving students in our school system. I'm an active member of the Black Academic Alliance of Dynamic Leaders. and our goal is pretty much to
Time.
time. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. And first we want to state we appreciate the enormous amount of work that has gone into the development of the accountability system, both by the board and the department, and the recognition of the challenges inherent in a shift of this magnitude. We really appreciate the continued focus on coherence and cohesiveness. We think that's really critical. I do want to say it's really challenging when you have a mega item number 5 with so many pieces on it with one comment period. We know you only have 2 days for a meeting, but it really limits not only us as stakeholders to comment, but also to hear what other people have to say to broaden our perspective about the challenges. I want to say that when you look at the Member Burr reference, that there are clearly outlined expectations and interventions, and it's the nuanced part in between. We want to maintain that that's a really critical piece, and that for parents to understand what's going to happen is going to influence whether they have faith in the system of accountability, which is really critical to our ongoing reforms in the state. We appreciate Member Strauss's reference to the parent engagement framework, and that's on the task list, but what's changed, it's already been adopted. So what is going to change that's really going to make that implemented? Because we know that parent engagement is a really critical part of student success, and we hope that there's more emphasis on how that actually will be implemented as part of the accountability system. Appreciate Member Holliday's comments about the help for parents on when it's not happening at their district. And I like analogies too, but when you look at the house, our concern is not that we know it's going to be 8 rooms, but is it going to be built to code? Is it going to have is it the structure going to be right for our students so that when they walk out the door, are they going to a great future, or are they going to be very limited? And we really think that our students deserve an accountability system that's going to ensure a great future, and we're really committed to continuing working on that with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael McCormick. I'm the superintendent of Val Verde Unified School District located near Riverside, California. I chair AXA's Urban Education Committee. I'm also the president of AXA's Region 19, which serves about 430,000 students. For the past 6 years, I've conducted 800 classroom observations annually. I've been in classrooms and on campuses. I appreciate you receiving my LCAP infographic from Val Verde, and I want to use this resource to make a key point today. First, it's attractive, easy to read, and immediately communicates the district's data. These cards communicate our story to parents, community members, business owners, government officials, and all of our internal stakeholders. My board members take these wherever they go and pass them out. Data illuminates one's current reality. Districts are trying to solve data presentation to internal and external stakeholders through data dashboards, infographics, and scorecards. Truly seeing data is like the process of recovery. It helps us to reach acceptance. Our current reality is revealed. We are recovering from No Child Left Behind. I would assert that the threats of No Child Left Behind sanctions never inspired school systems to look at data the way we are under LCAP. We now see student faces in data in Val Verde. LCAP has shifted the locus of control. We now own our destiny. And in talking to urban districts yesterday, there was consensus that we've accomplished more in 18 months to improve our system than we did in 10 years of No Child Left Behind. Please continue your commitment to local control. It's spurring action, considering a means of helping districts. Please consider a means of helping districts with dynamic presentation of data. That way we can see if we're moving the needle around the 8 state priorities. The system would be different from the static annual reports we currently see, and would need to be positioned more at the local level. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the next group of speakers to line up as well. Those people would be Carl Pinkston, Martha Diaz, Luis Sanchez, Laura Zavala, Henry Perez, Taryn Ishida, Sarah Lillis, and Eric Premack.
Good afternoon. My name is Estelle Lemieux. I'm here representing the California Teachers Association. I wanted to address the process that's currently in place for the evaluation rubrics. We very much support the process, and which involves the stakeholders throughout the state, and we really believe that the ability to give input and feedback on the formula for the evaluation rubric is most important. We support the pilot program, and as a matter of fact, we have notified all of our 32 school chapter presidents that their district will be part of the pilot program because they too want to be very much involved as stakeholders. We particularly also like the proposed online process, the feedback system. That will be immediate. We think that's really good. It keeps the stakeholders involved, and because we think this process is vital and it's most important to help vet, as you heard this morning, the many issues that are before all of us. So we will continue to participate actively in this process, and we want to thank you for involving everyone in the process. Even though there are a lot of issues to be worked through, at least we feel we're part of, and we hope that we will be listened to in the end when the results happen. So thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, board members. My name is Dr. David Verdugo. I am the retired superintendent of schools from the Paramount Unified School District, currently the interim superintendent there as well, and the executive director of CALSA, the California Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators. I am a member of the state's Superintendent's Accountability and Continuous Improvement Task Force as well, and a committee member of the AXA California Equity Leadership Alliance, or collaborative developed by AXA within their Diversity and Equal Access Department. Thank you sincerely for allowing me the opportunity to address the State Board of Education. I respect and welcome the opportunity to speak on the information item and the draft accountability plan being developed by the state. I can also understand and respect the various concerns being raised that locally driven decisions may not take into account the importance of ensuring equity and access for all students, particularly those of color. As the Executive Director of CALSA, I can share with you and assure you that we, in partnership with other statewide organizations, support equity for all students. Much of our work and mission is done through the lens and focus of equity. In my testimony today, I hope to illustrate to our State Board an understanding by administrators and leaders of school districts that while improvement is needed in those areas, our local control funding formula and local control accountability plan have and will continue to provide an opportunity as well as additional funding for that improvement. I would like to like our board to know that we at CALSA, other state administrators, organizations, and AXA as a whole are making best use of the flexibility and funding being provided. My work as a current superintendent, my obligation as the executive director of CALSA, in connection with the leadership and work of other associations in AXA, is to support our State Board of Education to stay the course. The focus of our local decision-making and responsibility is making a difference, is bringing equity to the forefront, and we must give the system time to develop. As an educator for over 44 years in California, a teacher, coach, counselor, elementary principal, I just want to say that our work at the level is creating opportunities for greater awareness of capacity, equity, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Nicole Anderson. I am the Diversity and Equal Access Executive for AXA, the Association of California School Administrators, also a former principal in elementary in Vallejo Unified School District. And most importantly, I'm a parent of 3 beautiful African-American students who are going through the public school system. And so I'm here today to speak on behalf of over 17,000 leaders consisting of superintendents, principals, also district, county, and site administrators, as well as school leaders such as teacher leaders. We are in support of the new accountability system, specifically because it supports our intentional and unapologetic focus on reflecting on the data that specifically reflects those historically underserved students in our systems. Spoken earlier, African American students, Latino students, low income, as well as special ed, etc. Administrators and school leaders embrace this new system, as you heard earlier, and we understand the importance of having a system of accountability that includes evaluation metrics that guide our policy and practice with an equity lens. At AXA, we know that the role of leaders and administrators is critical in closing the achievement gap. As we know, our educational gaps consist of many: access, opportunity, service, as well as achievement. And in this, AXA provides strong support for our leaders in building their capacity, which is very critical in leading this work with an equity lens. We have academies, institutes, as well as LCAP workshops to support that. And we are so proud of our leaders who are actually implementing this work through the LCFF and LCAP process. As you heard earlier, Valverde Unified School District, you heard of Linwood School District, also San Bernardino. We're all proud that those are AXA districts. We want to make sure that it's important that you understand we need a support system to help in terms of professional development that's going to build capacity for people to really implement the LCAP and LCFF process effectively. Thank you very much. And also you have handouts with information.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Pinkston with the Black Parallel School Board. We're a parent advocacy group that parallels with the Sac City Unified School District. The Black Parallel School Board is encouraged by the State Board of Education positive recommendation reflected in the draft framework and implementation plan for the new accountability system. However, the Black Parallel School Board would also like to encourage the State Board of Education to consider other recommendations to include more meaningful measures on school climate and parent and student engagement. In other words, parent engagement should not simply reflect the presence of parents at meeting, but the acknowledgement and incorporation of parent voices in the final product of the LCAP as one of the key and most critical component of the rubric. We also feel that parents should be a part of not only the design and development of what it will look like in terms of what are the priorities and goals of those particular districts. Those are also critical elements in terms of parent voices, just not presence. The other component that the Black Parallel School Board feel that is critically important, that we believe that compelling research justifies giving suspension more weight in the local control funding formula evaluation rubric. The suspension rate should be considered a key indicator rather than an associated indicator. Now is the time to reverse the direction in addressing a long-term problem of disproportion of students of colors of suspension. So we truly wanted to bring to your presence the importance of both parents, real parent engagement, and as it relates to the family as a whole in terms of suspension and expulsion. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Boateng. I am a 16-year-old junior at Sacramento Charter High School. I here represent St. Hope Public Schools, two youth activist groups at my high school called Zero Tolerance, the Royal Conflicted. I represent Sacramento County and all minorities and low-income students. I'm here to advocate on behalf of not only black youth, but minority students and low-income students in the future of their greatest success. I believe the youth determine the future. And if we do not take the time to guide the youth in the correct way, we determine whether society in the future prospers or fails. One problem I see is the school-to-prison pipeline. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with it. One thing about this is it hinders positive mobilization for youth. Students who are suspended and expelled at school are more likely to end up incarcerated. They're more likely to go to prison. For example, say I see this every day at school. Say a student has an outburst in class. But what the teacher sometimes never, I know a person myself, the teacher does not take the time to recognize that this student at home suffers abuse. And this student comes to school only to be sent out without getting help, the help that they need to prosper in school. Because if you only have negative influences there, if you only have negative around you, what do you expect of a kid? They learn what they see. And it's up to us, up to you, to determine whether we rehabilitate our youth today, especially those who are minorities and of low income. So what I propose is analysis and reformation and maybe intervention programs, funding to cater to the mental and behavioral needs of many youth who suffer from behavioral problems. I believe this is an end of generation curses.
Time.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mahari Smith. I attend Sacramento Charter High School. I'm here representing for the Zero Tolerance and Royal Conflicted. Adding on to what my sister Akoshwa said, although we've made progress, California's African American students are the least likely to be placed into gifted and talented education programs, placed in a full sequence of college preparatory courses, complete an advanced placement course, graduate from high school in 4 years, and complete a college degree. We are also the most likely to be suspended or expelled, identified for special education, and take remedial coursework as college students with no gain of college credit. I'm here with a list of demands. I would like for you all to provide all students, including African American students, more rigorous college prep courses and career instruction. I would also like for you all to end exclusionary discipline practices such as out-of-school suspension and excessive expulsion. If we're outside of the classroom, we are not learning. So if we take away the excessive expulsions and suspensions, we'll be inside the classroom. And once somebody's education is taken away, that individual is tarnished because the predicament that they're already preset to be put in. If we're not in the classroom, we're either on the streets, and that's serious because people really die out there. And I'd like for you guys to hear what I'm saying, because we all have those people that we know. Well, some of us have people that we know that's been killed in the streets, and you'll never get that back. So my words are real powerful because I've lost people myself. I go to Sacramento Charter High School. I usually don't speak on it, but yeah. Just keep my words with you when you make decisions regarding your policies and the implementation of the way education is supposed to be in classrooms. And I just want to say that I'm honored and I'm humbled to be here and be able to speak in front of all of you. And I'm sorry for that, it's timed up, but I just want to say I'm humble and I'm glad to be here to speak in front of you, and I hope that you take what I say into consideration.
Good afternoon, David Sapp on behalf of the ACLU of California. The ACLU of California is a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. We signed on to a letter that should have been included in your packets. There are many members of our coalition who are here today and are going to focus on different parts of the letter that are particularly relevant to the information presented today, as well as the timeline that was laid out and when decisions are going to be making. So we're really going to focus on the points that are going to come up next as far as actual decisions, as well as the priorities of the respective organizations that you'll be hearing from. I'd just like to respond to one point that was addressed briefly in the letter, but also I think came up in the presentation, particularly about the department's legislative agenda for the upcoming year. And it was really exciting and pleased to hear that there is that thought being given to all the many parts of the Ed Code that are a part of what I view as the state accountability system that have not been discussed or addressed in some of the information items today. I really appreciated the acknowledgement that there's a lot of work to be done to take that inventory. And so I just wanted to clarify that I think, at least from my organization's perspective, the source and the impetus of the questions or concerns about the completeness of the information that the board has before making a decision as potentially with profound implications like repealing the API without even knowing the full scope of what that looks like. There are many things that maybe are obsolete and should come off the books. There are many that need a replacement, and there are many that just need to be updated to align with LCFF and the LCAP process. but I don't think we even know what those alternatives look like. So just want to caution that that's a part of the broader look that I believe we all need to do. We're working hard. We've shared some information with staff. We're continuing to compile that information. Our coalition is going to work hard to try to work with you all to ensure we have a complete look before making a decision. So I just want to thank you all very much. I know there's been a lot of hard work. There's a good first step with the plan and the SEPSA and the SARC information. There's still some other pieces that we need to get at before we really reach a decision on the architecture. So thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to sharing our information from our allies.
Good afternoon, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. These organizations are members of the broader Equity Coalition as well. And my comments are more on the equity part of the rubrics. We want to make sure that there are metrics and indicators specific to the student subgroups and that they are clearly visible within the rubric design. While there has been some progress made in this area, we believe that additional work needs to be made in order to make the metrics and indicators clearly visible in the rubrics and the metrics design. With this in mind, CABE and Californians Together is working on a design to do this, specific to English learners, and hopefully we will be able to share this with the members soon. Regarding the draft framework and implementation phase 1, we support aligning all accountability components, but in doing so, again, the components still need to be specific with regards to unduplicated students, other underserved and underperforming student groups as well. As an example, on page 4 of the framework, under the equity principle, we suggest adding language such as identify and include indicators that make visible the strengths and needs of underserved students and underperforming student subgroups. I'd like to thank you for the inclusionary process with regards to providing input into the development of the rubrics, and we look forward to continuing to work with you all in making sure that we have rubrics that will be helpful to not only LEAs, but that will assist parents in being able to identify what needs to be done to assist their kids in improving academically. Thank you.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers. Please line up Samantha Tran, Jessica Sacco, John Affelt, Annie Lee, Brian Lee, Omar Cavillo, Guadalupe Aragon, Fidelin Morales, Martha Martinez, Gabe Rosé, Pilar Montaño, Patricia Munoz, Deborah Brown, and Liz Guillen.
Good afternoon. I'm Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. Really appreciate all the great conversation and the work that's been going into this. We do want to just encourage you as you move forward to really start considering how we hone down on some of these priorities so that we really start creating some sense of which of the 8 state priorities and the 24 indicators may be the most important, and maybe focusing on the outcome metrics a little bit more than the input metrics that are listed there. So if we're back to looking at the house, maybe we're talking about which is the living room and which is the closet in the spare bedroom. There may be, they may not all be of equal importance, and we think, particularly from a charter perspective, the fact that we need to come up for renewal every 5 years, at some point there needs to be some clear indicator of what's successful and what's not. And we do encourage you to kind of look at that. One particular helpful tool that might be for you to look at your lens as a charter authorizer as you're developing these tools to see when a school comes up to you for renewal or for on appeal, what really do you want to know most importantly, and maybe focus on that as a particular exercise for you as you grapple with these issues. As it regards to the API, it was never really intended to be a high-stakes accountability tool that it has turned into, and it was never intended to be a test-only tool. It was always intended to consider multiple measures. We encourage you to not throw the baby out with the bathwater as you look at eliminating some of these provisions around API, but look at a system that that really does focus in on the important criteria and metrics to provide something that's useful for parents in making decisions about where to send their children to school, and for us as we evaluate how schools are performing across the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kearse and State Board members. My name is Luis Sanchez. I convene the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color. The Alliance for Boys and Men of Color represents over 100 organizations, youth groups, parent groups, civil rights, and advocacy groups from throughout the state. We've been working to improve the outcomes for boys and men of color and working in partnership not only with you all, but also the state legislature. Today, for us, we believe the LCF rubric and the new evaluation system presents an opportunity to ensure those outcomes improve. We believe one of the most impactful ways to accomplish this is by addressing and closing the racial equity gap. For the past year, the Alliance has advocated on behalf to ensure that desegregated data and gender are included in this new measure. We are encouraged to see our recommendation reflected in the new draft framework and implementation plan for the new accountability system. We know that thousands of students that we represent, parents and community members, are happy about this, but we also know that this is only the first step. It is our hope that the State Board of Education will adopt our recommendations on desegregated data and gender data in the state final framework and implementation plan. The Alliance would also like to continue to encourage the State Board of Education to consider our other recommendations to include more meaningful measures and rubrics for school climate and parent and student engagement. And in conclusion, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our priorities of the Alliance and just leave you, one of the things that really guides us is kind of like this canary in coal mine statistics, right? Leaving the Black Minds Matter event that just is right down the street, just to know that today a black male who drops out from our California public schools has a 98% chance of going to prison. And native-born Latino males are not that far behind at almost 70%. And that's kind of like some of the numbers that really guide our movement to really think about, and that's such an important element to understand as we look at this new rubric and evaluation system. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Zavala, and I am here on behalf of Alliance for Boys and Men of Color and Inner City Struggle, a community-based organization in East LA. Both have and continue to be strong advocates for improving educational outcomes for students and their families through the local control funding formula. On behalf of the Alliance, we want to thank the school board for considering race and gender in the rubric across the board, but as well as we want to encourage the use of other metrics in measuring school climates. For example, surveying students. 500 districts have been using the California Healthy Kids Survey to address school climate, and this has really been helpful for a lot of districts to identify the needs around school climate at a local level. But we know this works, and because we have seen it in districts such as LAUSD. In a historic move to eliminate willful defiance through the passage of the School Climate Bill of Rights in 2013, there's been a significant shift in the narrative and how the largest district in California addresses the school climate, their school climate, utilizing key data that addresses, that looks at suspension and expulsion rates and also local surveys. Youth, parents, and community leaders continue to advocate for positive support systems that reimagine the way LAUSD has historically addressed discipline in schools, unfortunately at the expense of Black and brown young men. In our efforts to establish positive school climates in all our schools, we have advocated for more positive behavior intervention supports such as restorative justice approaches, as well as comprehensive support services that are trauma-informed and address the needs of the whole students. Since 2013, many schools in LAUSD have already seen significant drops in the suspension rates, from 45,000 in 2012 to about 5,000 in 2014. The rubric is not only an opportunity to gather vital information that can be utilized to lift up needs and establish support systems, but it's also, we hope you take our recommendations into consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Perez, and I am also here with the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color and Inner City Struggle, a parent and youth organization located in Los Angeles. I'm also a parent of 2 children in the Los Angeles Unified School District. We are here today to strongly encourage the State Board of Education to include metrics for meaningful student and parent engagement in the LCFF evaluation rubric. Students and parents are critical education stakeholders since districts and schools are meant to serve them. They are the most impacted by decisions made by districts and schools. They have the most to gain and the most to lose. They are the most informed as it relates to the educational experiences of those that the districts are meant to serve. This gives them valuable perspectives and insights that can positively contribute to decisions that districts and schools make around investments in programs and services. As we strive for academic success, our schools must hear from students and parents as to how they can be most supported to be successful. Metrics for student and parent engagement should measure how schools engage them in meaningful and authentic decision-making structures and processes. We must go beyond measuring student engagement solely by rates of attendance and truancy, and we must go beyond measuring parent engagement by solely quantifying the number of parents that attend school events or meetings. Rather, the state must measure how schools fare in facilitating meaningful input and feedback from students and parents via surveys and participation in decision-making structures, as well as other types of processes that work for students and parents. We cannot leave the inclusion of students and parents as key education partners to chance. In order to ensure that this happens, it must become an expectation and a measurement in the rubric. Including metrics related to meaningful student and parent engagement into the LCFF evaluation rubric will raise that expectations to districts and schools and ensure that they focus on this critical piece of the LCFF process. If the board is not inclined to require measurements, then we ask that a menu of options be created that districts and school sites can utilize in engaging parents and students. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tara Nishida. I'm Executive Director of Californians for Justice, also a very proud member of the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color and the LCFF Equity Coalition. I just want to close out and make kind of clear, tangible recommendations based on what the speakers before me touched on. So first, I guess we should just start by saying thank you. Thank you very much for including gender in the latest round of Attachment 1. That was really a huge step forward, so we really appreciate you hearing and valuing our feedback. Our action step there is just to continue to make it a priority as you're dealing with a lot of different conversations, and not to let it get lost along the way, so that each and every student is really counted, as folks have said. Second, we talked a lot about disaggregated data on race. I know you're thinking about it, but we just haven't seen a mock-up. So it would be great in the January meeting if we can actually see a mock dashboard of what does that look like when we show student subgroups and actually populate the data on race and ethnicity. And then lastly, a lot of our members, a lot of our students and parents around the state have been giving feedback on the accountability system. And it's very clear from those conversations that school climate, student engagement, and parent engagement are important. They're just as important as student achievement. And so to a speaker earlier, we don't want it to be a closet in the house metaphor. We don't want to go back to that because we will just lose out on the huge step of 8 state priorities. So just to keep that in mind. And then specifically around some of the metrics that we've been recommending, like Laura earlier talked about surveys. Surveys are so critical. I think that if I think about the South Carolina young woman who recently got slammed by her school resource officer, if a survey had been in place where people could have spoken up about how their climate was not welcoming and not safe, I think we could have resolved that before it got to that point where a young person had to be body slammed in a classroom. So surveys and other metrics are important. We want them to be both evidence-based and meaningful.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice. You have our letter, so I'm going to try not to reiterate what's in there, but I did want to reflect on some of the discussion that we've heard today. First, I hope that you can hear from the comments already that a lot of our concerns are not just a communications issue, but about substantive concerns about what we've seen thus far and our ability to get to the promised land of a meaningful accountability system. We are encouraged by the discussion and the acknowledgement of the significant work that needs to be done to ensure that there's real transparency for stakeholders. We are a bit concerned about in the discussion of distractions that student academic achievement might be perceived as a distraction. We think that is ultimately what is most important as we're looking at progress of students in reaching their goals. We also want to reinforce Member Rucker's concern about ensuring that staff provide explicit information about the plan for cohesion so that we really know what we're responding to and the path forward. Fundamentally, the concerns we've expressed in our letter and here are really driven by a recognition that if after all this is said and done, we can't provide prima facie proof that every student in California has an equitable opportunity to learn. LCFF, this tool for justice that for which we've all fought for so long, is really in danger because we want to see it succeed, and so we hope that these accountability systems have meaningful measures of student academic achievement. Thank you.
Hello, Eric Bremek, Charter Schools Development Center. We're very supportive of the notion of aligning what I call the accountability alphabet soup. As far as I can tell, the only real stakeholder that benefits from them currently is the pulp paper industry. They're just hundreds and hundreds of pages that even somebody who's steeped in all of this can't make sense of. So we think it's great to try to align, streamline, et cetera, to the extent you can. At the same time, we have some very serious questions coming from, or concerns coming from the charter side with every single aspect of the current accountability soup and where it's going. We have significant differences of opinion, and I wanted to specifically focus on the Department of Ed, where over the past few years we've had huge issues and ongoing ones with the department over what laws and processes fit for charter schools and which ones don't. And instead of in the past when we tried to come together to resolve those, we are diverging further apart. Those are the foundations that we're building now this new system on, and for charters that's a very shaky foundation. With respect to where we're going with the rubric, we have real concerns when folks are saying that things like graduation rate should be a no-brainer. A lot of the schools that we work with, dozens of them, focus on working with prior dropouts and credit deficient kids, and in those cases it's not a no-brainer. It's really quite complicated. And so we're very concerned with kind of the direction of the one-size-fits-all rubric. We've been bringing those concerns to the West Ed folks and kind of getting blank stares in return. They're working really hard, but my sense is that we need a charter-specific work group to work on both these foundation issues and where the rubric and other stuff is going. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Samantha Tran with Children Now. So as you're hearing from a lot of the testimony, as the boards acknowledged, there's considerable anxiety right now around this shift around the new accountability system. And I think considerable progress has been made on key components of the system. And in our letter, we have specific recommendations that I won't reference here because they're there for you. But I think that the concern that we have is not having clarity about the through line between those policy components, so how the different pieces connect and build on one another for an accountability system. And I think a lot of the anxiety is driven by the fact that at this moment of time where we don't have that clarity, there is the recommendation to go in and eliminate some key cornerstone elements of our previous accountability system. And so those two things juxtaposed against each other create a lot of angst. And I do think there are some core policy questions that many of us have been struggling with, and I know you have as well. And it'd be really helpful to get clear direction from the board on what the intent for the state plan is. And so, for example, and these are just to name a few, what are the handful of measures that the state is going to use for accountability purposes in addition to the evaluation rubric? How will expectations for performance and improvement actually be set? There are a number of methodologies we could use. What is the thinking behind that piece of it? How will gaps in achievement be elevated? That's obviously been a theme that's been talked about a lot today. How will this information be used to then prompt support, both for those who ask for it and then those who may not recognize that they need it or are resistant to support? And how will the intervention statute that's in code actually be operationalized? And so, these are just core kind of systems things that we need to figure out. And I know that the timeline has some reference to the general bucket areas, but again, having clear direction from the board on these issues would then help us to then just dig into the nuances and start deliberating to piece the system together. So thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association. I'd like to thank the board for their discussion today. It was very educational, and I appreciated the directions that you took. I'd also like to thank Janelle and the team at WestEd for the inclusionary approach they've taken to developing the evaluation rubric process. CSTA has been involved in those, and just have genuinely appreciated the approach that they've taken with it and the way they've incorporated our feedback. In reviewing the item, I was very struck by how subject matter neutral the framework was in terms of the accountability. And I just wanted to sort of bring in the discussions that were had a little bit today in reference to how difficult it is to shift from one place to another, and that state level policy doesn't always trickle down to the local level in the ways that may be intended. And so just questioning in terms of either the communication around it, just shifting the needle from the tunnel-like vision of ELA and math, particularly at the elementary level, to the broader education that I know is the intention of the education system, and that we really are looking at an inclusive education in all subject matter for all students. Sort of getting a little bit into the specifics, I really thank you for putting on your task list the definition of college and career readiness. I urge you to engage with stakeholders as you work on that process, and also encourage you to refer to Appendix C of the California Next Generation Science Standards, which is the College and Career Readiness Appendix, which states that research shows it is the science and engineering practices learned in conjunction with rigorous content that best prepares students for success in post-secondary education and career. And finally, one of your other tasks that you included in your attachment 1 is to define the growth expectations for the Smarter Balance assessments. And I would just suggest that this task be broadened to be CASP assessments as opposed to specifically Smarter Balance, so that as additional CASP assessments do come online, there's a placeholder to go back and set those growth expectations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jen Affelt from Public Advocates and the LCFF Equity Coalition. I want to talk about the policy statements that we now learn the board has not actually endorsed, but are still evolving, so we appreciate that. We do think that the organization matters, and that of course they're all interrelated, but the problem the coalition has is that graduation in and of itself has been made a distinct top-line outcome that the accountability system is to be organized around in the rubrics. And we think that's a problem, and that graduation should be graduated college and career ready. That's what we should be pushing the system for. That should be one of the distinct 3 outcomes that the system is building us for. Now, WestEd tells us they're not correlated according to the data, so that's why they separated them, and that's no surprise. We haven't set the expectation that graduation will actually mean something. We haven't built that accountability system. Do not import the failings of the old system into the new system. Set an accountability framework that says when you graduate, it should be college and career ready. And keep distinct the on-track college and career with the graduated college career. Mr. Lee's going to talk about that a little more. We would ask that you direct WestEd in the user accountability testing to test out that alternative framework among the users. See if that would work as well or better than what's going out to the field. Finally, on the template, the e-template, I'd say we're disappointed that just seems to be for districts to help fill themselves out. You hit press, publish, and you get the same old PDF. We thought the user template, and we think it should be an interactive user template for parents, public, community people to navigate those very long LCAPs and figure out how to get to different sections and focus on the things that you want. So we think there's a lot more work that could be done there. Thanks.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, Ready Nation, and Mission Readiness, also a member of the Equity Coalition. I have a handout that you're getting right now. We're concerned that California is missing an opportunity to develop a truly multidimensional, multiple measure accountability system, particularly one that focuses on early indicators involving elementary and middle schools. These are sometimes called on track, early indicators, leading indicators, as opposed to lagging indicators, like things that relate to high school completion. When David Conley spoke to you in May, he kind of had the process indicators were early, the outcome indicators were the lagging indicators. The reason that we're concerned about this is because the version that we've seen, we're glad that it's still in play, instead of consolidating similar categories into its own categories into one indicators into one policy statement, it mixes them up across policy statements. So you'll see here that in blue are the things that are really about college and career readiness, and in black are the things that are really about early indicators, earlier in the system. Now, we're recommending that we, instead of having graduation and college and career readiness, we have on track to graduate college and career ready and graduating college and career ready. 3 reasons. Number 1, it's better across all districts and all schools. Look at elementary school districts and elementary and middle schools. They don't have graduation rates, so all they're stuck with is attendance data, and we don't have subgroup attendance data. So they have next to nothing in that category when there's things like chronic absence and suspension with great research linking them to being on track to graduate college and career ready. Secondly, the alternate approach that we have is truer to the research. Why should we think the 3rd and 8th grade test scores are about college and career readiness, but not about graduation? Why is school climate, suspension, and expulsion in one thing on track in the graduation, and then surveys are in the other, in graduate college and career ready? The research shows suspension, testing are related to both, so we should be true to the research. Finally, it's stronger if we include them, unity and strength. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Lee, and I'm from the National Center for Youth Law, which is a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. I want to talk about equity today. It was very heartening to hear Board Member Holliday, Board Member Sue, and I think all of you express how much you care about each and every student and each and every subgroup. I know you care. I know you care because there is an SBE guiding principle that is fostering equity. And we're glad to see that there. We're glad to see alignment with that principle. I'm also really happy to see that the accountability system, including the rubrics, will have disaggregated student data by subgroup, and so that's really important. Shining a flashlight on foster youth, English learner, low-income student data is a very critical first step towards equity. I hope that we can move together beyond this first step. Specifically, I hope that equity, namely gap closing, will be reflected in the rubric's summary display at the LEA and school level. Right now, an LEA or school's overall performance is measured by their outcome and improvement. This means that the overall performance of overall outcome, the overall score for an LEA can be good or acceptable, even if there's significant gaps between student subgroups and non-subgroups. We hope that equity, specifically gap closing, will be made a 3rd dimension in addition to improvement and outcome. There are other jurisdictions in the U.S. that consider equity in this way and have an equity analysis. They include Texas, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Kentucky, and hopefully those states can provide some help to California as we look to include more equity in our rubrics. Thank you so much for considering this, and thank you for how much you care about our kids.
Good afternoon, members, Mr. President. My name is Omar Calvillo. I have 3 children in the LEUSD. 2 attend 20th Street Elementary School. My eldest son attends John Adams Middle School. I am here representing the 20th Street Parents Union and Community. I have lived in this area for the past 37 years. Going to school in the LEUSD as a child, my parents and I did not understand the educational system. My parents had no choice but to trust the school to completely prepare me for the next grade level. My parents trusted the school was going to let them know how I was progressing. The school never told my parents that I had never reclassified. Now that I am a father of 2 children at the school, I want all the children to receive a great education. I want the district to give the children what they deserve and what belongs to them: a high-quality education, a safe school, clean school, effective teachers, strong leaders, and a welcoming environment for parents. My 2 boys are in the gifted program. I started getting more involved at the school after I attended a site school council meeting. At the meeting, I was shocked what I saw. I couldn't believe how parents' voices were disregarded, not taken into account in the decision that affected our children in the school. This made me very upset to see how our school was being run. This pushed me to be part of the school site council and the school leadership council. It was there that I started asking questions and pushing the agenda to put our children first. I started building relationships with parents and talking to them about getting more involved in the committees. It wasn't until last year that I started going online to see how the school performance was. Our school performance was very low. Our school API had never passed the 800 mark. Our school was continually on the program improvement for more than 12 years and continues to be. We had an incident.
Time.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. My name is Lupe Aragon. I travel along with other parents from Los Angeles, California. I am representing parents from 20th Street School. My daughter is currently attending 5th grade, one of the LAUSD school district. This is my second time coming here to speak to you on the API issue. Me and other parents are not against a change. More information, it's good for parents on how a school is performing. It's always better. But seriously, believe that there needs to be some type of accountability for each underperforming school. The API is a way that we, as parents, understand the performance of each school and make an informed decision as to where we want our children to attend in order to receive a high-quality education. 20th Street Elementary is one of those schools that have not reached an 800 API and has been underperforming for many years. This is what prompted me to get involved with other parents and organized parents to pressure our school district to improve the academic standards of our school that is and has been underperforming. I used the API score when speaking with other parents to show them how our school was in comparison with other schools in our area. Our kids are not receiving the education they deserve, and the API is a good indicator as it's based on test scores. This is why we ask, when making a decision, keep in mind that this is what we parents use to make an informed decision as to the school that we wish our kids to attend. All of you have a very high education, and a dashboard will be a piece of cake for most of you. I understand, but who will it benefit? You know, what good is a dashboard if parents do not understand the contents? Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm here to translate for her.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Fidelia Muralles.
Good afternoon. My name is Fidelia Muralles.
Vengo de Los Ángeles.
I'm coming here from Los Angeles.
Tengo 4 hijos.
I have 4 kids.
Por los cuales 2 de los más grandes no reclasificaron.
2 of the eldest ones did not reclassify.
Soy parte de la unión de la escuela Calle 20.
I'm also part of the Parents Union at 20th Street Elementary.
Y estamos luchando por una educación de alta calidad para los niños.
And we are fighting very hard so that kids get a high-quality education.
Es importante que ellos salgan reclasificados para que puedan tener metas de ir a high school y a universidad.
It is important that our children reclassify so that they can have the goal of going on to the next level and on to the university.
Ya no queremos niños que por lo cual no vayan preparados, la solución sea meterse a pandillas.
We don't want to have more kids who are not prepared and that they seek the solution of entering gangs.
Yo siempre he estado involucrada en los concilios de la escuela.
I've always been involved in the school site councils and committees at the school.
Y siempre que preguntaba por qué nuestros niños iban bajo, la directora decía que porque venían inmigrantes.
And every time I asked why our kids were performing so poorly, the principal responded, it's because we had many immigrants attending the school.
Es importante para nosotros que siga el API, porque eso es un mapa para nosotros para escoger lo mejor que queremos para nuestros niños.
It is important that something like the API continue because it serves as a map for us to be able to pick the best school possible for our child.
Queremos que lo den de una forma clara que nosotros los padres podamos entenderla.
We need information in a way that is clear so that parents can actually understand it.
Porque de eso depende de que nosotros podamos escoger las escuelas buenas para nuestros hijos.
Because on that, it will depend parents being able to make informed choices about the best schools for their children.
Estamos agarrando firmas de muchos padres que estamos pidiendo que nos lo den de una forma clara y específica que podamos entenderlo.
We are currently collecting signatures, a petition to ask parents to support the idea of having a clear measure like API so that they will understand how their school's performing.
Si es posible que cada escuela lo tenga en su entrada o en la oficina, la calificación que tiene esa escuela para que nosotros podamos escoger lo mejor para nuestros niños.
It is important that schools provide this information, if it was possible to put it in front of the school so that parents could see how the school is performing so that they can make the best decision.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta Martínez.
Good afternoon, my name is Marta Martinez.
Tengo dos niñas, una de 13 y otra de 9 en LAUSD.
I have two kids, one that is 13 and one that is 9 years old attending LAUSD.
Vengo hoy representando a padres y comunidad del Valle de San Fernando.
Today I am here representing parents of the San Fernando Valley.
He venido ya varias veces por esta y otras razones.
I have been here several times for this and many other reasons.
Hace 4 años ayudé a organizar una unión de padres en la escuela Haddon Elementary.
4 years ago, I helped organize a parents' union at Haddon Elementary.
Yo estaba preocupada porque mi hija iba a comenzar esta escuela.
I was worried because my daughter was starting the school.
Y veía niños de tercero y cuarto grado que no sabían leer y escribir.
And I was seeing that children that were in 3rd and 4th grade were not able to read and write.
Y yo no quería una educación así para mi hija.
And I didn't want that type of education for my daughter.
Yo comencé a involucrarme en los concilios de la escuela ILAC y el SSC.
I first got involved in ELAC and SSC at the committees.
Y soy miembro de ELCAP.
And I'm also a member of the LAUSD LCAP.
He luchado para que mejore la educación para nuestros hijos.
I've been fighting hard so that the quality of education improves for our children.
Al estar en esos comités vi que la escuela no nos daba la información necesaria.
Being on the committees, I was able to see that the school did not provide us with the information necessary that we needed.
No nos dábamos cuenta qué nivel tenía esta escuela.
We didn't even realize what level of school, how the school was performing.
Cuando aprendí a leer, cuando aprendí a leer el reporte de calificaciones de la escuela,
when I learned to read the school report card,
fue algo preocupante.
It was something that worried me.
Nuestra escuela estaba muy baja.
The school was very low.
Yo aprendí a leer este reporte gracias a Parent Revolution.
I was able to learn to read the report card thanks to Parent Revolution.
Y de ahí nos reunimos con los padres.
And from there, we started beginning to get together
director,
with the principal,
con los
parents,
maestros,
teachers,
para ver qué iban a hacer para ayudar a nuestros hijos.
To see what they were going to do to help our kids.
Fue una batalla dura.
It was a hard battle.
Pero logramos hacer este cambio.
But we were able to change. We were able to seek a change.
Tener una API es algo bien importante para nosotros.
Having an API is something that's really important to us.
Nosotros necesitamos una API visible y fácil de entender.
We need an API that is visible and easy to understand.
Pero ¿por qué no darnos un grado como el API que incluya más medidas?
Why not give us a grade like the API that includes more measures?
Un grado fácil de entender nosotros para tomar la mejor decisión para nuestros hijos.
A grade that is easy for us to understand so that we can make the best decisions for our kids.
Hoy estamos aquí no porque estemos en contra del cambio.
We are here today not because we are against the change,
pero queremos que le den mayor prioridad al rendimiento de los estudiantes.
But we want you to give greater weight to student academic achievement.
Si están comprometidos a un nuevo sistema transparente,
if you are actually committed to a new system that is transparent,
lo justo es darle a padres una medida clara.
The just thing to do is to give parents a measure that is very clear.
Para comparar y categorizar escuelas.
To compare and categorize schools.
Nosotros y nuestros hijos somos los beneficiarios de este nuevo sistema.
Parents and kids are the beneficiaries of the system.
Si nosotros podemos guiar a nuestros hijos, ellos van a llegar a una universidad.
If we can actually guide our kids through the system, they will get to the university.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Gabe Rose with Parent Revolution. Thank you, everyone, for all your time and hard work and patience on this. We know it's a difficult issue. A lot of talk about supporting continuous improvement, about multiple measures, about alignment, and supportive of that broad direction very much, and appreciate the work on that. A lot of focus on district-level issues, which is important for all the obvious reasons that we all understand. Really feel, however, that the move to eliminate API and not replace it, as some of the parents are talking about, with any similar summative measure of school achievement, including multiple, it could look very different from in terms of how it's calculated than the current API, but not having any summative measure that we give to families of school achievement is very problematic in our perspective. The families that we work with, kids don't show up to a district headquarters to learn every day. They show up to schools. Families don't pick, most families, the families we work with, aren't picking between districts. They're picking between schools. And they have to have good, clear information about overall how the school is doing. The state, in our view, and the view the families work with, has an obligation to tell families how well overall the state feels their school is doing. And we really urge the state not to walk away from that obligation with all the shifts that are happening. We were supportive of the Steinberg bill in 2012, supportive of a move to multiple measures, supportive of a lot of the things that are going on here. But moving to a system where parents, all they have is a school accountability report card with a lot of metrics and a lot of data with no summative assessment is going to be a really significant step backwards for the families and kids that we work with and for families and students throughout California. Thank you.
I'd like to ask our final two speakers, Terry Burns and Lee Angela Reed, to please line up.
I'm going to be translating.
Buenas tardes, miembros del comité.
Good afternoon, board members.
Mi nombre es Pilar Montaño y vengo en representación de los padres de familia del Distrito Escolar de ENIAC.
My name is Pilar Montaño. I come in representation of the families in the Antioch School District.
Yo misma tengo dos hijos dentro del distrito.
I have two children that attend that school.
Soy miembro de Cisco, que es una federación de Pico, California.
I am a member of Cisco, which is a federation under Pico, California.
Una organización basada en la fe, donde ayudamos a organizar comunidades.
Faith-based organizations where we help organize communities.
Representamos más de 450,000 familias a través del estado.
We represent more than 450,000 families throughout the state.
Tenemos 20 federaciones trabajando en más de 20 distritos escolares.
We have 20 federations working in more than 20 districts throughout the state.
También soy miembro de LCFF, Equity Coalition.
We're also members of the LCFF Equity Coalition.
Desde mi punto de vista, la transparencia en la información de los LCAPs es necesaria para entender la manera en que está trabajando el distrito y encontrar la manera de que los padres, maestros y estudiantes y el distrito mismo nos unamos para encontrar soluciones que beneficien a todos y cada uno de los estudiantes.
From my point of view, transparency and information in the LCAPs is really necessary to understand the way in which the district is working and finding ways in which parents, members of the school district, students, and teachers can come together to find solutions that benefit each and every one of our students.
¿Qué servicios se implementan? ¿Qué servicios se implementan? ¿Qué resultados están dando? ¿Quién los está supervisando? ¿Cuánto dinero se está invirtiendo?
What services are being implemented, the results, who is supervising these services, how much money is going into them.
Y en el tema del resumen ejecutivo o algo similar, estoy a favor del mismo, pero que estuviera también disponible la información completa para aquellos interesados en participar activamente en las decisiones del distrito.
In talking about the executive summary or something similar, I am in favor of, but also have it be in addition to all the information that's already presented in the current LCAP, because we need the complete information for those that are interested in being active participants in the decisions that are being made in the district.
Y que también estas las podamos encontrar en nuestro idioma.
And also for these to be done in our language.
Por su atención, gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, soy Patricia Oliver Muñoz, soy madre de familia de Enio, California.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Oliver Muñoz. I'm a mother of 2 students in Antioch, California.
También represento a Cisco y Pico, California, miembros del LCFF Equity Coalition.
Also representing Cisco and Pico, California, who are members of the LCFF Equity Coalition.
Es de vital importancia la transparencia de la información. He estado involucrada desde el principio en el proceso de LCAP en mi ciudad.
It is of vital importance, the transparency and the information in the LCAP. I've been involved in the LCAP committee since the beginning in Antioch.
Me han surgido muchas frustraciones porque los padres damos sugerencias e ideas y al final el distrito decide qué hacer.
It's been a little frustrating because parents give ideas and our input, but at the end of the day, the district is the one that decides what is going in that plan.
Entonces, ellos que son los expertos en educación deben darnos los resultados de sus decisiones, especialmente porque estamos hablando de la vida de nuestros hijos.
And for that reason, them as experts in education in our district, they should give us results to their decisions, especially because we're talking about the future of our kids.
Los dirigentes y administradores son profesionales con capacidad para diseñar y mostrar la información al público en general, especialmente a los padres de familia.
The leaders and administrators of the districts are professionals with the capacity to design and show to the public and parents specifically all of the information that is needed and make it all the information that is needed in a clear and truthful form.
Los distritos tienen toda la información, están llenos de recursos e informática para hacerlo más fácil.
They have the information and the resources to be able to make this information accessible and easier.
Muestren todos los resultados. Por ejemplo, ¿cuántos graduados irán a la universidad? ¿Cómo han mejorado sus programas?
To be able to give all the information necessary, especially around the graduation rate, how they have increased or bettered the outcomes of their programs.
Adicionalmente, ojalá que el resumen ejecutivo y específicamente el modelo electrónico sea accesible a todos en todos los aspectos, porque ahora parece ser solo para profesionales.
Also, to be able to have the executive summary and especially the electronic template accessible to everyone, because right now it seems like it is just made for districts.
Desde el lenguaje más claro o diferentes idiomas.
From the language, the way that the language is used so parents can understand and have it be in different languages.
Que beneficiarán a las comunidades de minorías para las que LCAP fue diseñado.
So that way it benefits and it helps the communities, the marginalized communities for which LCAP was designed for.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirsch, members, Deputy Superintendent Price. I'm here on behalf, Deborah Brown with Children Now. I'm here on behalf of a coalition of business groups, early education groups, and K-12 groups. And what we really wanted to do was reinforce a theme that's been talked a little bit about here, which is the need for early indicators. And so this group, we've coalesced around the importance of early indicators in our accountability system, but also we want to elevate the importance of kindergarten readiness and kindergarten readiness assessment specifically as part of that. So we think if we move towards a system where we're really focused on making sure that kids graduate from a high school, college, and career ready, and we really back map that to making sure that we have lots of opportunities for early intervention and support and not just focused at the secondary level, we do see that kindergarten readiness and kindergarten readiness assessments are great tools for making sure that we know where our students are at very early early on, and we can provide systems of intervention and support. And we think that this is not only in line with what the board, I think, envisions, and what's been talked about here is really a best practice, but I would also note that it's also part of the superintendent's blueprint, where the blueprint does talk about the value of kindergarten readiness tools for student success. And so what we're asking is that kindergarten readiness be identified as a key indicator, and readiness tools or assessments be used be identified as best practices. So really, this would be something that would be for local determination, but we think that it is something important in the evaluation rubric, and also the accountability system to specifically call out that kindergarten readiness is a good indicator of college and career readiness, is certainly important for early intervention and support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We're also a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. I just want to make 3 points on plan alignment in response to comments that surfaced in the staff presentation and the board comments. Single Plan for Student Achievement, SIPSA. The guidance should be and should direct local conversation. The local conversation is what should be resulting in schools in consistency between school site plans and the LCAP, rather than directing school sites to follow the lead of the LCAP. This is true especially when some districts are sending supplemental and concentration dollars down to school sites that the CDE's recommendation would take away their local control to meet the needs of their school site. The SARC, the School Accountability Report Card. We appreciate the board comments about access for parents to all the information that it currently contains. We're also concerned about a plan to relocate some of the information to yet another source where parents would have to go to get information that Prop 98 requires be reported to them, such as fiscal information on expenditures, on teacher salaries, and the actual average teacher salary at a school site, important for comparison. Academic Performance Index. Our concern about deleting the API from the Ed Code is that it is currently a trigger for oversight and improvement that the county offices of ed use. For example, whether the Williams standards are being met. We appreciate the hard work on the plan alignment, and we look forward to engaging with the department before they actually take their proposal to the legislature. Thank you.
Afternoon, Terry Burns, California School Boards Association. As a board member myself, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your focus, your continued spending so much time on this important issue. It is really valuable. CSBA, as I've mentioned before, has called together an LCFF collaborative working group of board members and superintendents. They've just finished their first year together. It's enabled a great deal of peer-to-peer sharing. It's enabled them to talk about ways to make the LCAP more useful, which we'll be sharing with you. And they've developed a tool to vet promising practices that we will be posting on our website for all districts to take advantage of. Couple of issues that were raised by them that haven't been brought up so far. One, to consider every 3 years deep review of LCAPs on a staggered basis to allow county offices to focus on a third of districts on a big way every year instead of all at once. The second thing would be to relook at the timeline to allow the use of current data. Right now, test scores come in a year later. I mean, they come in too late for this year's LCAP, so we're really behind the motion to get the best information. So keep those in the back of your mind as you look at that. Some early education metrics on the rubric we think would be very valuable. We are very appreciative of the user test group. We think that will bring out a lot of really good information on how folks want to use this, what they need to add, what they think is not useful. Doing that at this front stage we think is incredibly valuable. I was very gratified to hear Ms. Sung talk about the issue of streamlining all of the accountability components rather than just aligning them. We don't want to back into an accountability system based on reports that are already out there. Let's think about what we need, maybe we need to get rid of everything that's out there and come up with 4 new reports or 6 new reports, whatever it is. So don't just back into it because we have this piece of paper ready. Finally, I want to agree with, thank you.
Good afternoon. Leangela Reed on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. I want to first thank the board for your time, for your continued focus and involvement in this issue, and your courage of taking a leap of faith on locals to make the decisions that are best for their students, and to focus on creating a system that drives continuous improvement and that allows for the building of local capacity, the individual capacity of teachers and school leaders, and the institutional capacity of schools, districts, and state agencies. It's so important if we're going to have a system that works for our students. AXA also supports the alignment of the state and federal reports. That way, sites can focus on their students and meeting the 8 state priorities, or 10 if they're a county office, versus multiple reporting requirements, particularly if you're a small district where you have a superintendent principal and sometimes also a bus driver. You want that focus and whatever capacity they have to be focused on the students, and that's so important. And then finally, 2 things. One, I want to echo some of the comments of Ms. Brown from Children Now, in the sense that we don't want to lose sight of the importance of the early education piece. We want to know where our students are as they come in. It's as important as where they are when they're getting ready to leave the system. And finally, I want to talk about just a little bit about the metrics. You had a lot of requests for additional metrics, and there may be a need. I don't know. But if there is, it should come out of the user group. It should be developed organically. So as folks are assessing themselves, they're painting a picture of where they are, what their capacity and strengths and weaknesses are, that we find out what adds to the picture and versus what detracts. That we're creating a system that folks buy into for their students. And if you have a long list of if it's a metrics-heavy piece, then you get into the compliance, and it creates a false assumption that if I've met all of these elements, it's the appropriate. Internally and organically is the best way. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment, and so we're now ready for some concluding comments by our liaisons. Who wants to go first?
Well, first of all, again, I appreciate all the work, especially on the part of the board staff and the department staff, to pull this all together. It's a heavy lift, as you all know, and I think things are coming together carefully and thoughtfully, so I really appreciate that. I want to sort of make a comment and then also make some suggestions just so that we know what we're doing with respect to follow-up. I think it's clear, and the very first thing that we say in our action item is to eliminate the API. The API is behind us. It hasn't been in place now for a couple of years. We've suspended it because we had no test scores. And even prior to that, as we did a lot of work about trying to incorporate other indicators into it, we kept coming up against stumbling blocks because the way it was constructed, and in order to provide validity and reliability, we really were not getting there. So we have a new mandate from the legislature and the governor, as we talked about, to create a holistic, multidimensional system that incorporates the 8 state priorities. So I just think we have to reinforce that. I think Carrick said something, I don't know if it was this morning or in another conversation, about parents see report cards, and report cards have lots of different information on it, and they're able to interpret it. And I believe that, again, that through the school accountability report card, or maybe some other refined tool, that kind of information can be made available to them in a way that's understandable and meaningful at the school site level. So with respect to going forward, I think we talked about we really need to see a work plan. I know Glenn is working on this. It's a long work plan for all of the components that are in the attachment 1, page 3, that starts to talk about the alignment. It would be great if we could begin that conversation in January, and I think it would be enhanced a lot by hearing a report on the work of the task force that the superintendent has pulled together. And also, again, keeping in mind that as we think about those alignments and creating or refining, streamlining tools that we already have, to really be mindful of the audience and make sure that we have the tools that will be helpful to the individual, to the respective audiences within our school system, and particularly with respect to parents and community members. And then, more specifically, and I want to put a kind of exclamation point on this, we will expect to see draft standards in January that come out of the user acceptance testing so that we have a sense and people can kind of get their hands around what do these practice standards look like, what do quality standards look like, and that we as a board can say, yes, these are the ones that we think are important to look for at the state level and make comparisons. And this is a body of standards or suggestions that would be helpful at the local level. So I think those are all important. The last thing I will say is that I think that I heard what the charter community said. They have different demands or needs that we maybe are not addressing as directly as we need to. I like the suggestion of we are a charter authorizing body. We have many charters that we oversee, that we go through the exercise, meaning the board staff and the department staff, of identifying what we think is important going forward as we're looking at the charters we're renewing. I think we could be a very good example then for what might work at the local level. So I'd also make that request. Thank you.
Member Strauss.
So let me just follow up. First of all, I find these to be incredibly complex, and I think none of us are really aware of how much really goes on in the 2 months between meetings of trying to move this forward. So I think we have fully committed, and to all of our stakeholders, that we're looking for multiple measures, and that we are committed to a visible, understandable way for both staffs to use it to inform their practice, and school districts, and also communities. So we know that we're trying to get the LCAP so it's a usable planning document. I'm particularly interested in continuing to look at possible strategies with executive summaries. I think districts have really done that. And I think the infographics that several stakeholders and districts have done are helpful. And I'm reminded that CDE has done some infographics even on trying to take what was left of some of our state reporting to try to look at that. So to me, the infographics do provide an opportunity for easy for people to understand. We've looked at a few at the last meeting, remember, with colors and graphs and stuff. So I'd be interested in sort of where we are and what the user testing tells us about that. So how do they take the text and make it understandable? And maybe we could add that to some ideas of what we might look at. I'm continued as a practitioner who had to create all these plans. I'm interested in the alignment issue, and I believe that we're working on that. So I know, Glenn, you and your team are working on the alignment, and I think all the reports, the issues around what we're going to have to do legislatively and what we can do to align it both with our state and to meet the federal requirements, so it's not just another separate set of documents. So continuing the work of alignment and taking a look at that, I think will be particularly helpful as districts try to make sense of not letting this become just a bureaucratic, but actually as a planning tool as well. I'm interested in January to look at the quality standards and the key indicators. I know that's coming up, and I feel like that might, as Sue was saying, kind of give some meat to, okay, so this is exactly, so I think, Ting, you'll be really helpful in that conversation as you work with this. Again, I just want to remind you that we still have to deal with the system of student support, and so I would support the idea. Yes, we have a lot of indicators that are Curley High School, graduation, where we are on the pathway to A&G, all the advanced placement. But I do think we need indicators at each level. So we've talked in past board meetings about the issue of reclassification and where are we at the end of 5th grade when kids leave elementary. We heard today about early indicators. So I feel like we need some indicators, so each level, so they're not just saying, well, that's all just high school. Or if you're a K-8 district or a K-5 or K-6 district, that there are some indicators that the LEA and the local schools use for elementary, for middle, and for high school. So I think I just summarized by saying I think all of us want continuous improvement for all the kids of California, for the future generations, and I think it's going to take us a while to get this right. And I know I speak on behalf of all of us saying we want to get this as right as we can so that we take the time. And so I'm looking forward to the January board meeting and the continual communication from staff on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those concluding comments. So the board will take a break till 1:35, and then we'll take up waivers. Uh, reconvene, and we're going to take up the waivers. And so it's a little complex. We have some waivers where members have to recuse and some not. But I'd so I'm going to take these in groups with, first of all, with the waivers on consent. And those waivers now are W1, W2, W5 through W13. So 1 and 2 and 5 through 13 are on consent. So I'd like a motion to approve those consent items.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on those items? Yeah, I have a quorum. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. I did ask for public comment. Oh, there was a public? No. No public comment. Yes. Yeah, okay, you're voting yes. All right, so they were approved unanimously. Okay, now we're going to take up waivers 3 and 4. Let's start with waiver 3, Special Education Program Resource Teacher Caseload. Somebody from the department will briefly present this, and then we'll hear from the public.
Be brief, be brilliant, and be seated.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, President Kirst, members, and Chief Deputy Price. My name is Chris Truen. I'm the Associate Director of the Special Education Division. The matter before you is a request for a waiver by the San Ramon Unified School District. They're requesting a waiver of Section 56101 of the Education Code and Section 3100 of the Title V regulations. This would allow an RSP, a resource specialist, to exceed a caseload of 28 to no more than 32. The request is for the period covering May 22nd to June 11th, 2015. The CDE recommends approval with 2 conditions. 1, the district provide 5-hour aid service when caseloads exceed 28, and 2, that the district submit documentation to the CDE of its efforts to recruit and hire credentialed RSP personnel. We recommend the approval because there's a notable increase in middle school age students with disabilities, particularly populations needing RSP. We recommend the special conditions because this is the 6th request made by the district in the last year, 2 at the elementary level, 3 at the high school level, and this is the 1st at the middle school level. We know from phone contact with the district that the district has already provided the 5-hour aid time. That is part of the first condition. The district has already hired a 50% RSP for the 15-16 school year.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Was that brief?
Yes, that was brief. Public comment.
For waiver item 3, Jesse Aguilar. It looks like he's not here.
Okay. Any board discussion of this waiver?
So you were saying that we have been getting regular waivers on this particular issue.
Yes. Over the past year, there have been 5 previous waivers.
So do you believe that the district, in hiring the extra halftime teacher and putting in the 5-hour aid when it goes over, has committed to that further? I mean, going forward?
Yeah.
I think we believe that if they have already hired an additional RSP. They've indicated in their comments to us that they have had a practice in the past of keeping RSPs kind of in the neighborhood schools so they don't travel so much. But they will, if their caseloads change that policy and start to move RSPs around. But they have already hired a halftime for this year, and we will be watching them in their hiring over the course of this year.
Okay, if any further board discussion on this, I'm ready for a motion. Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, and
Board President,
Deputy has an announcement to make.
Yeah, Board President Chris, I'd like to take advantage of Director Fred Brockham's presence in the room and ask him to step forward to the podium if he would. we received some sad notice for us anyway, not necessarily for him. A couple of days ago, where Dr. Bauckham is going to be retiring from the department to join the National Center on Systemic Improvement at West Ed. And Fred, we just wanted to let you know how much we've appreciated your service here at the Department of Education. You know, Superintendent Torlakson and Deputy Superintendent Ellerby join me in wishing you all the very best. The amazing work that you did for us as part of the Title I division previously, and running the special ed division, which is, you know, one of the most complex, largest, most difficult to manage. Not only have you managed to keep the wheels on the bus, which is no small feat in and of itself, but you've really helped that division grow and prosper in so many ways. And so we're sorry for the loss that we're going to have with your departure. We're grateful for the service you provided to California's children and families, but we're expecting great stuff from you at West Ed and the National Center on Systemic Improvement, and we're assuming that you won't be a stranger going forward. So thank you. Could you all join me in giving Fred a round of applause, please? Thank you for all your great work.
Yeah.
Thank you. It has been a pleasure, and for those of you who know me know that being the Director of Special Education isn't because it's a good job. It's because it's a passion. And you have to care about the students that you work with and the ability of school districts to provide that service, and the parents who have to live with students with disabilities, in addition to the normal challenges that we have. And so I've had that passion, and I'm anxious to be able to continue it in my work across the country with the other states. So again, thank you for your kind words, and I do hope to return to play a part here in California some more. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Fred.
How long were you with the department?
I've been with the department 15 years.
And director for how many?
Director of Special Education for 6 and Title I for 2.
Okay.
How long in education? I started in education when I was 26.
Well, that's only a few years ago.
Just a few.
Okay, well, thank you for your service.
Thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on for waiver 4, request on charter school program, non-classroom based funding.
Good afternoon, President Kurz, Chief Deputy Superintendent Price, and members of the board. I'm Cindy Chan, Director of the Charter Schools Division at the California Department of Education. So item W04 is a request by 3 local educational agencies on behalf of their charter schools to waive certain portions of California Code of Regulations, Title V, relating to the submission and action on determination of funding requests regarding non-classroom-based instruction. So to kind of back it up one step, there's a recurring board item that comes before you, and it's to approve funding determinations for non-classroom-based charter schools. And the regulations outline a very specific, detailed process on what kind of information and data that's presented for consideration for those requests. Included in the regulations is a very specific timeline or a due date that the charter school must submit its request to the CDE so that we can analyze and present it to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. Both recommendations are then presented to the state board. In the case for these 3 schools, each of the schools missed the statutory deadline, and so the department cannot analyze requests, nor can the Advisory Commission review it without a waiver, and that waiver would allow them to waive that deadline, and it would end up being a retroactive request. Without consideration of this request, the charter school would not receive funding for its non-classroom based instruction, and that would affect the school for the current year. So by the end of the year, it would be zeroed out in terms of its ADA. So this request would allow the charter school to at least be considered into that process. And then after the ACCS makes its recommendation, these 3 charter schools will come back to you, and at that time you will consider a funding determination or a rate that would be applied to their non-classroom ADA. So this is a first step in that process for them.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Lorraine Richards.
Let's hear the public comment. Not here. Okay. Board Member Holliday.
If I'm not mistaken, this is much better than it's been in the past in terms of the number of schools that have failed to meet the deadline.
Yes, and I mean, part of it we're hoping is the department's effort to try to provide more technical assistance. We have a webinar, we send out more notifications, so we're hoping that the decrease continues to go down because it's just an added step for this board and for the charter school staff to go through. So we're making extra efforts.
And I wanted to compliment you on the effort to get the word out there and to get everything in on time. And so if it's all right, I'd move to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, moved and seconded. And any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hands. Okay, now we're over to waiver 14, Rucker must recuse on this one. Class size penalties.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Hajado. I am the Director of the School Fiscal Services Division, here to present W14, which is a request by Sulphur Springs Union School District to waive portions of the Education Code relating to class size penalties in grades 4 to 8. Under current law, Sulphur Springs will have its LCFF funding reduced if it exceeds an average class size of 31.1 to 1 in grades 4 to 8. Sulphur Springs has grades TK to 6. Sulphur Springs is requesting that this requirement be waived for the 15-16 and 16-17 year. The department recommends that the SBE approve the waiver for the requested 2 years less 1 day with the condition that the district does not exceed 34.2.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item?
No.
No, there is public comment. Okay, you may come up.
Good afternoon, President Kurz and State Board members. I am Catherine Kawaguchi, the Superintendent for Sulphur Springs Union School District, and I was just hired this past January of 2015. The district continues to strive to ensure that we have academic excellence for our children, and in order to continue to provide an outstanding education to our children, the district is asking that the State Board of Education waive the subdivisions of B&E of Education Code Section 41-376 for the fiscal years of 15-16 and 16-17. With the leadership of the Board of Trustees and myself and staff, we have worked to improve the financial situation in the district. The district has been deficit spending over the past years using one-time money and interim financing each year to continue to operate. To date, I have been able to work with the Board of Trustees, unions, and staff to reduce expenditures in staffing where services are no longer needed that do not affect student learning. We have collaborated together to ensure that spending practices are aligned to the classroom and increase student learning. In addition, the Board of Trustees has hired a new Assistant Superintendent of Business that is here with me today, Michelle Gookins, to ensure fiscal solvency and continue to work on this mission. In order to meet our financial obligations, we have had to increase class sizes in grades 4 through 6. However, we have maintained our class size requirement in our primary grades. Currently, our class size is below the requested 34.2. We are currently at 33.9, which shows you we are working in the right direction. We are committed to lowering our class sizes in upper grades as we continue to implement the stabilization plan to ensure in fiscal solvency in the district. We are asking for this waiver to be approved to lower our class size, and we will work to the 31.1 that is required as statutorily required. Thank you. Any questions?
I don't see any. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any board member comment on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. That is approved. Okay, now we're going to go to our regular consent agenda. And, yeah. Okay, and, okay, so the regular proposed consent calendar, these are items of the board, not waivers that are put on consent, are items 13 and 16 and 17. So there is no discussion of those issues, so I'm ready for a motion on those.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
If I could make a statement, however, before the vote, would that be acceptable, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to consent item 13. One of my liaison duties is to review joint use requests such as this one. In this case, I am confident that this proposed joint use project is going to be an excellent opportunity for both San Diego Unified School District and the community as a whole. I believe that it has been well thought out and that it is in the best interest of the district and the community. My only concern is that this project will mean that Innovations Academy, a successful small charter school that's serving 355 students currently, is leasing a site on this property in question, and they will have to relocate because of this project. As I understand it, this charter has had to relocate 4 times in 7 years, and yet even with the challenges that come with relocating their school so often, they have increased their enrollment, and they have done so successfully. I also understand that the charter administration has had, over the years, a cooperative and positive working relationship with San Diego Unified, and they certainly do want to continue that relationship. So I would urge, if I may so, the district to do whatever they can in good faith to provide as much assistance as they can to help Innovations Academy find and secure a suitable location that will cause minimal disruption to their work in teaching and serving the students and families who have chosen to have their students attend this charter school.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yes, Board Member Williams.
And I just want to back up what Member Holliday said. I didn't realize that he was a liaison on joint powers agreements. I'm glad you've looked at that and that you think it will be of benefit to the school district as well as the community more broadly. But I also want to encourage San Diego Unified to help this charter school get relocated quickly and smoothly so that everyone benefits, including all of the students that will be impacted or could be impacted by this.
Okay. Board Member Sun?
I just had a quick question. Was this, when this came about, was the charter school notified that this was going to happen, or were they in discussion, or was this kind of an agreement between the charter school?
San Diego's here to answer questions.
Yes, public comment here. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Midori Wong. I'm Director of Special Projects for San Diego Unified School District. Yes, we have been working with Innovations Charter School very closely for the past several months, and in fact, their agreement has been extended on a discrete one-year term, a year-to-year lease, so to speak, due to the ongoing planning for the reuse of this site. So it is a well-known quantity, and we have been and will continue to work very closely with them. In crafting the timeline for this project, we actually took into consideration their relocation needs, and so we won't plan to begin construction until summer of 2017. So that gives us a reasonable amount of time to continue our good faith efforts. The charter has identified a site that they wish to purchase with their own funds. We are very aware of the status of ongoing negotiations that they're having with the seller of that property to relocate and find a permanent home.
Okay.
Well, one last comment. It's not quite as cheerful as all that. This is going to be a struggle for the charter school, and we certainly would appreciate your continued good faith effort to help them.
Okay, I'm ready for a motion.
There are 2 more public speakers.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Eric Premack and Colin Miller.
This was on consent.
Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. I'll start by saying that we've had a very strong 20-year-long plus relationship with the San Diego School District, and we have enormous respect for them. And we especially work closely with them on facilities matters, and they've been very forward-thinking on facilities matters as it relates to charter schools in many respects. We do have some concerns about this one. This is not a rosy picture for the charter school. It has some potential leads on sites, but they're far from closing on those, and even if they do close, they've got conditional use permitting, they've got construction, they've got, and having a 1.5 year lead time in that context is not very much time, and if those leads don't work out, they could easily end up on the street. So that is an issue. We also want to, though, periscope beyond this school, and the larger issue here is the legislature has entrusted this board with the authority to approve these kinds of deals, and they have not been very common in the past, but there is a school facilities consulting trade out there that is now incorporating this concept into their workshops, and with a lot of school districts sitting on tremendously valuable real estate, we think it's likely that we'll see more of these deals going on in the future, and at this point, the board doesn't really have a formal process to receive these. You have a quick 45-day turnaround that the law allows you on this, and the law sets out essentially no real clear criteria or process. And so we think this begs a little bit of work in the future, and appreciate the encouragement to the school district to continue to support the school in its efforts, but we also think there's a need to work on this as an issue going on into the future. Thank you.
Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. I just want to echo some of Eric's comments, as well as thank Member Holliday for his comments on this. I'm not here representing the school in any particular way, but we are concerned with the larger policy issue around when and whether and how school districts convert public school facilities to community use when indeed they have under Prop 39 an obligation to house their charter school students in those facilities. So when charter school students are being displaced in order to create a project that may be a broader community use, we do have strong concerns about that. So we would encourage you to give thought to this issue as these projects come before you in the future as well. We think it's important to look at the district's obligations to house charter school students and have assurance that they are indeed going to do that. In this case, the charter school is choosing to purchase a facility at a very high cost. You know, if they're purchasing that, they're going to bear the whole cost of that. Under Prop 39, the district is responsible to provide those facilities to the charter school for a substantially rent-free price. So while in this case the charter school is choosing that option, it's a very expensive option, a very costly option, and that probably isn't available to most charter schools that may be displaced in arrangements like this in the future. So we just want to kind of highlight the broader issue and appreciate your consideration in the future. Thank you.
Okay.
With that, I will move the consent items.
Okay, so this is items 13, 16, 17. Do I have a second? Second by Member Strauss. Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those raise your hands. Okay, now we have separate items with recusals of Burr and Ortiz-Licon, and so we'll take item 14.
Good afternoon. I'm Jerry Winkler. I'm the Division Director for the Educational Data Management Division. Item 14 is the consolidated applications item. We've received 26 consolidated applications from the LEAs, and we're recommending regular approval on those 26 applications.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this? I think it was just recusal issues that led to this, putting this item up at all. Yes. So I'm ready for a motion.
Move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. Yep, now we can have Sue come back for action item 615, right, approval of local education agency plans, Title I plans.
Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Chief Deputy Price, members of the board. I'm Bob Strelli, Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division. Item 15 is related to ESEA. It's approval of local educational plans, something that we regularly bring before the board for approval. Today, the city is recommending that the board approve 4 direct funded charter school LEA plans for approval.
Okay, any public comment on this issue? Hearing none, I'm ready for motion unless there's board discussion. Motion?
Move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Second by Member Burr. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay.
Thank you.
That now concludes the proposed consent items, and now we're ready for the general public comment. These are comments on items that are not on our agenda. Do we have any speakers for general public comment?
Yes, Sarah Lillis. Is Sarah Lillis here?
I don't think so. No, she's has left, so I guess we have no general public comment. And my computer says we're right at 2.
There we go. Perfect timing.
They predicted 2 and scheduled it for 2, and here we are. Yeah, somebody's really good in timing these things. Yeah, all right, Patricia, okay. So we're ready for action item 19, Synergy Charter School, considering issue a notice of violation. And so the department will present here first.
Good afternoon again, Cindy Chan, Charter Schools Division Director with the California Department of Education. Item 19 is a recommendation by the CDE that the State Board of Education issue a notice of violation to the Synergy Charter School operating as Synergy Education Project. The CDE believes that there is substantial evidence that Synergy engaged in fiscal mismanagement and committed a material violation of the Synergy Charter. The CDE also recommends that Synergy have the opportunity to present evidence that refutes, remedies, or proposes to remedy the alleged violations at the December 2nd, 2015 Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, or ACCS, meeting. At that meeting, the ACCS will take action on a recommendation to the SBE regarding whether the SBE should issue a notice of intent to revoke and take action to revoke the Synergy Charter at its January 2016 meeting. Pursuant to statute, there are 4 areas that a charter school may be revoked by its chartering authority through a showing of substantial evidence. These areas or violations may include one or more of the following: where a charter school committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter, failed to meet or pursue any of the pupil outcomes identified in the charter, failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles or engaged in fiscal mismanagement, or violated any provision of law. So because this type of item is a rare occurrence and does not come before you, I've never presented one of these to you, I thought I would just briefly walk you through the process of the next steps that would occur for the charter school and for this board. So the action before you today is whether to issue a notice of violation, which is in the form of the letter, which is attachment 1, and is the first step toward possible revocation of the charter. Synergy will be provided an opportunity to remedy the violations by providing a written response addressing each identified violation that shall include the refutation, remedial action taken, or proposed remedial action specific to each alleged violation, along with supporting evidence. Pursuant to the notice of violation, the written response and supporting evidence is due to the CDE by November 13th, 2015. This information will be reviewed by the CDE and presented to the ACCS at its December 2nd, 2015 meeting. At that meeting, the ACCS will take action on a recommendation to the SBE that will be to either continue or discontinue the revocation. If the ACC recommendation is to continue with the revocation, this action will be presented to the SBE at its January 2016 meeting. So I'll provide you a little bit of background on Synergy Charter School before I briefly walk through the areas of violation. Synergy was originally denied by the Pittsburgh Unified School District and denied on appeal by the Contra Costa County Board of Education in 2010-11. The SBE approved Synergy at its November 2011 meeting, which was on appeal. Synergy was originally approved to serve up to 700 pupils in grade 6 through grade 12 for a 5-year term. Synergy opened in 2012-13 and is currently in its 4th year of operation. The term of the charter ends June 30th, 2017. Most recently, at your 2015 July meeting, the SBE approved a material revision with technical amendments and conditions to revise Synergy's governance structure and educational program. So included in the item as attachment 2 are letters of concern. And so as background, the CDE has issued 4 letters of concern with requests for corrective action plans since 2013. These letters identify concerns that include no reserves, negative fund balance, budgets that were out of balance, high debt ratio, overestimated average daily attendance, and failure to provide the CDE with Synergy board minutes documenting the approval of corrective action plans in response to CDE's letters of concern. These letters of concern provide the background for 2 of the violations. So the first violation is that the Synergy board engaged in fiscal mismanagement. Synergy has demonstrated a continued pattern of not implementing a balanced budget. Since its inception, Synergy adopted preliminary budgets with projected net operating surpluses, however, ending each year with a significant operating deficit. Synergy has also exhibited a pattern of overstating its budgeted enrollment. Synergy was originally approved to serve grades 6 through 12 with enrollment of 225 pupils in year 1, expanding to 700 pupils by year 5. Actual enrollment in each year has fallen significantly below its budgeted projection. The material revision and financial projections recently approved by the SBE in July were based on an enrollment of 224 pupils in 2014-15. However, the enrollment is currently at 185. This low enrollment trend has negatively impacted Synergy's revenue flow, resulting in an inability to meet its financial obligations. One of these obligations is the repayment of Synergy's $1.6 million revenue anticipation note. To maintain its operations, Synergy has incurred debt that included loans and the issuance of multiple RANs the past 3 years. These RANs provided Synergy with short-term interim financing to bridge its funding gaps. Synergy currently has an outstanding $1.6 million RAN that matured on September 15th, 2015. One of the conditions with the material revision that the SBE approved in July required Synergy to provide a plan on how it would repay that debt, which is now in default. Synergy has not responded to the CDE's multiple requests to provide documentation regarding the default of the RAN or the proposed RAN repayment plan that requires approval by both the Synergy board and the RAN lenders. As of June 30th, 2015, Synergy has a negative fund balance of approximately $800,000. With additional debt that is owed in the current year, that negative amount is expected to grow to approximately $2.5 million. As such, Synergy is in an insolvent financial condition. The second violation is that the Synergy Board committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in the charter. SBE approval of the material revision in July included revisions to Synergy's governance structure and educational program. To provide a more sustainable future with regard to its governance and fiscal solvency, Synergy entered into a partnership with Encore Education Corporation via a memorandum of understanding, which is in attachment 3. Encore would provide the school with services including instructional support, administration of the business aspects and day-to-day management of the school, school administrative staff, budgeting, and financial reporting. In early October, the CD was formed that the Synergy did not have a functioning board as all members had officially resigned. CDE issued a letter of concern to Synergy dated October 9th, 2015, which is in attachment 2, requesting corrective actions addressing the school's governance in addition to other areas of concern. On October 19th, 2015, Encore provided 30 days written notice to the Synergy Board of the termination of its MOU with Synergy. Therefore, Encore would no longer be providing services of operating the school after November 18th, 2015. Synergy is therefore in violation of its charter because the governance structure outlined in its approved charter is no longer in effect. Based on the substantial evidence of the 2 noted violations, the CD recommends that the State Board of Education issue a notice of violation and provide Synergy with the opportunity to present evidence that refutes, remedies, or proposes to remedy the violations as identified in the November 5th, 2015 notice of violation.
Okay.
CD staff can answer any questions, and I think there's members of Synergy and Encore if you have questions.
We're going to have a public hearing, so they'll have their chance. So these are just technical questions for departmental staff now. Then we're going to have the public hearing, and then we can have a more open discussion.
This is a technical question.
Okay, good.
Thanks. Cindy, you indicated that all documents associated with their plan to remedy the situations need to be submitted to you by November 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we've had a pattern in the past with some charter petitions and renewals where after a stated date for all the information to come in, a charter school will continue to provide further and further information right up to the last moment before the ACCS meets, right? That's not going to be allowed this time.
I would say no, because we need time to analyze, and with this sort of serious type of concern, I would think the advisory commission would need that time as well. It shouldn't be something where we're getting information the day before the ACCS meeting.
And I would agree entirely. I think there'll have to be a lot of analysis of the plan and the information and verification of it, on, and therefore November 13th seems like a reasonable date, and I would encourage you to stick to that.
Thank you.
Any other technical questions? If not, I'm going to open the public hearing, so I declare the public hearing open. Each side has 10 minutes, and so I now allow 10 minutes for the groups and individuals opposed to the CDE recommendation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer McQuarrie. I'm an attorney who represents Synergy Energy Education Project, and I just want to let you know that the Synergy Board is going to do everything it can to work with CDE staff and take care of the issues that have been identified to the best of its ability, and will be very responsive and cooperative. So I thank you for your consideration.
Are there any other speakers for opposed to the CDE recommendation? If not, I call on speakers then in support of the CDE recommendation. You have 10 minutes. Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed. So we're ready for board discussion. Pardon? Any other public comment? Any other public comment? No. Board discussion. Board Member Williams.
And of the Synergy attorney, do I understand that there's no director here for Synergy and there's no board members here for Synergy? There's a board member here. Oh. Mr. Lawrence Rashid. Okay, but he has chosen not to speak at this time. That's correct. Thank you.
Board Member Holliday.
So just so I have difficulty remembering a month back, let alone all the way to July. But if you will remember our July conversation where the material revision came before us, this wasn't a material revision that was based upon tremendous success and growth of a school and deciding to add grades or that sort of thing. But instead, the material revision really was a plan to rectify a number of the issues that the school was facing, including the financial situation. Cindy gave a wonderful presentation, but from my simplistic sort of perspective, that plan has failed to materialize. And as a result, it is my recommendation that we do accept the CDE's recommendation and send a notice of violation to Synergy Charter School. They will have time. They do have time to come back and provide the information necessary to stop the revocation process. And I certainly hope that that is the case for the sake of the children and their families who have chosen this school and for the teachers. And so if they're at the appropriate time, if there's no other comments, I would move the staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I would second this Member Holliday's recommendation and also make a comment, which is you were right on target in saying that when they came for the material amendment in July, sometimes, many times, fortunately, our state board authorized charters come because they are expanding and they're adding a grade and things are going well. In this particular case, there were many things not going well, but it sounded to us, it sounded to Member Holliday and I, and to the ACCS that all of the pieces, that they were putting all the pieces together. And whenever a charter school is in operation, we're always very careful not to rush to judgment and close it in a hurry to hurt the students and the educators involved. Without going into a lot of detail unless Cindy wants to, but there have been, not only have they not implemented the plan, but there have been other problems that have occurred in the interim that seem to indicate not only did they violate their compact with us, but seem to indicate some really serious problems with governance and leadership. So while I agree with you, Member Holliday, that I hope that this is all figured out and that the students are not disadvantaged by this, I think it will surprise me if they are able at this point to come through by that date with a plan that looks feasible, realistic, and like it will work and that we'll all have confidence in. I hope they will, but it will be a challenge, I think.
Okay, any other board member discussion of this item? Okay. Technical, go ahead. Yeah, it did now.
This is actually a question, I guess, for you, Cindy. I noticed that you have in the page 2 of the item, you have a table there about the % of students that met or exceeded standards on the CASP. And this sort of goes to our conversation we're having about accountability, is what are we going to use for charter schools going forward? So I didn't know if this was your intention to use this going forward for other reviews of renewals or things like that. But so you don't have to answer me right now, but I want to make sure that we're conscious of this and whether or not we want this to set a precedent or we want to give some additional direction, and I'll leave that to the charter liaisons going forward. The one request I would ask you to think about in this is we heard a lot of feedback from our folks around accountability to make sure that we knew what was happening in subgroups, and this does not show any subgroup information. So I just ask you to keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, Board Member.
Excellent point. And I know it was not intended to set a precedent by CDE. They were just trying to pull together information that was relevant to the various topics at hand. When I saw this, my first question was, what if we're going to go there? Why not a comparison to similar schools? This is a statewide comparison. I mean, this certainly would not stand as an adequate measure to be looking at. They were trying to move as fast as they can to pull together as much relevant information as they had.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready for a vote? All right, all those in favor of this motion? Okay, motion is carried. And we have no more items on our agenda. The board is adjourned.